Did you get? I did get on this. Yep. One more. Okay, do we have everything here? Thanks, everybody, for your patience. Is there a motion to reconvene into open session? So motion from Nicole. Is there a second? Second from Juan Carlos. Thank you so much. All in favor, signify with aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are officially back into open session, and with that, I'm going to turn it over to Attorney Lewis.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Shayna Lewis, and I'm an attorney with Rennie Lewis and Lacey. And my role this evening is to assist the school board with the hearing concerning the employment of Corey Saffold. Mr. Saffold has requested that this meeting occur in open session. In accordance with the law, the board will hear this case in open session and take action in open session. However, the board will deliberate over the decision and will consult with legal counsel regarding any related legal issues in closed session. We recognize that this is a matter that has a lot of interest from the school district community and the larger community. I suspect that many of you in attendance this evening have strong feelings on the subject before the board. For the sake of everyone involved, I respectfully request that you refrain from engaging in any actions that are disruptive or disorderly. It is important that you remember that this is a meeting of the board in public, not a meeting of the public. Therefore, while we understand your interest in this matter, we appreciate your cooperation, restraint, and decorum so as to allow this hearing to occur without interruption and incident. I will also note that this hearing is being live streamed. This is because of the size of the room and our inability to assure that we have enough space for everyone who wishes to be present. Because of that live streaming, we have an apparatus here that follows the noise. And to the extent that there is noise that is not coming from the board or from the parties presenting their cases, we will have some concerns about what is actually live streamed. So please help me to make sure that we get an accurate and respectful hearing and that is live streamed in a manner so that members of the public who cannot be here in person have the opportunity to hear what you are hearing here in the room. Just a quick review of the procedure that we will use tonight so that no one is confused about this process or is concerned about the manner in which we are holding this hearing. We are going to begin with opening statements. I'm going to give both parties the opportunity to present an opening statement. Mr. Cachetta may decide to make his opening statement now or may reserve his right to make his opening statement when it is his turn to present the case. Thereafter, I will turn it over to Attorney Levinsky, who will present her case. She will present her witnesses, and she will have the opportunity to ask them direct examination questions. Mr. Cachetta will then have the opportunity to cross-examine. And then because the board has not made a decision yet tonight, the board will have the opportunity to ask any questions that they believe they need answered before we let the witness go. After Attorney Levinsky presents her case, then I will turn it over to Attorney Cachetta to present his case, and the same process will occur with his witnesses. And we have two who are testifying by Zoom, as I understand. One or two attorneys, one, sorry about that. One who is testifying by Zoom. And we will have Attorney Cachetta will ask his direct questions. Attorney Levinsky will have the opportunity to ask cross-examination, and then the board members will have the opportunity to ask questions. If the board members have no questions, they will not ask any questions. Please do not read into that. It may be that the information that has been presented is complete. After Attorney Levinsky presents her case, Attorney Cachetta presents his case, I will call for closing statements, and then the board will deliberate. The hope is that the board will make a decision this evening. That is the intention. In the event that we are unable to do so, we will adjourn and then schedule another meeting so as to allow the board to deliberate further and then issue its decision. Again, the board will issue a decision in open session. I have a couple of quick housekeeping matters. Mr. Saffold is entitled to an impartial body making this decision. Board members, are there any of you who believe that you cannot make a decision based on the evidence that will be presented this evening? If so, please let me know now. Okay. With that, I will turn it over to Attorney Levinsky.
Thank you. Good evening. We are here for a due process hearing involving a recommendation from the Verona Area School District Administration to terminate the employment of Corey Saffold and to terminate the employment contracts of Corey Saffold. Corey Saffold is the district's director of crisis management. He is in sum and in substance the leader of the security, of the safety of our students here at VASE. He's employed currently pursuant to an employment contract set to expire on June 30, 2023. He will be subject to a new contract effective July 1, 2023. We will present both of those contracts into evidence. The conduct that gives rise to this hearing occurred on May 18, 2023. At approximately 11 a.m. that day, Mr. Saffold responded to a call from his security staff relating to a student in high school who was in the hallway making verbal threats to security. We will identify that student, and the parties have agreed to identify that student as student A. I want to be clear, student A has certain privacy rights concerning the nature of that student's behavioral record, the nature of that student's educational record, and so on. So we will do our absolute best to refer to the student. We will refer to the student as student A, and we will not in public refer to any history involving the student A, except insofar as the history of what the student was saying certainly is that day is certainly something the board will hear. CS arrived, Corey, Mr. Saffold arrived upon request of his security staff. And when he arrived, student A was non-compliant with Mr. Saffold's request. Mr. Saffold, I believe, requested probably repeatedly to go to the office. Student A was non-compliant. Non-compliance is unfortunately not something that is unusual in a high school setting. However, despite being non-compliant, despite the continued verbal outbursts, the evidence will show that student A started walking in the general direction of the school office. And at that time, as the student was proceeding down a hallway toward the general area of the high school office, the student entered a classroom and went into that classroom. Mr. Saffold followed the student into that classroom. We will present some testimony about what happened in that classroom. The student did grab an iPad, walked out of the classroom. Mr. Saffold walked behind the student. And again, the student and Mr. Saffold were walking in the general direction of the high school office. As they did so, the events that bring us here today occurred. More specifically, at that point, when student A and Mr. Saffold were in the hallway, there was continuing verbal dialogue between the two. The evidence will show that the student turned around. At that point, the student and Mr. Saffold were several feet away from each other. The evidence will show that Mr. Saffold stepped toward the student, creating a very short distance between himself and student A. Student A then, in response, stepped toward Mr. Saffold. However, the evidence will show while the two were in close proximity, they did not touch. There was no physical contact between the two. There was verbal dialogue back and forth. A high school administrator who will testify was within a few feet and observed the incident, observed the verbal discussion, observed both parties. And he, the administrator, perceived that neither student A nor Mr. Saffold were going to back down. And the evidence will show they were extremely close. The evidence will further show that at some point, the student A moved in a slight forward direction with his head. I believe you will be able to see that. I'll reference that in a moment. And at that point, Mr. Saffold raised his right elbow and made contact between his elbow or some portion of his arm and the student's either left temple, left face, somewhere on the left-hand side of the student. The evidence will show unequivocally that Mr. Saffold made the first strike toward the student. I will call that in this hearing the elbow strike, simply so that I have a term of art to use. The elbow strike was undisputedly the first physical contact between student A and Mr. Saffold. Student A was then, of course, the administrator stepped in, student A was taken to the floor, a scuffle ensued. I believe the evidence will show Mr. Saffold was injured in some manner by the student. That ensued with the scuffle. Once on the ground, the student was, his arms were placed behind his back, and Mr. Saffold directed that a member of his security go to his office to obtain handcuffs. Handcuffs he kept in his office. The handcuffs came to the scene by the security staff member, and Mr. Saffold handcuffed the student. This student was escorted out of the hallway. All of this interaction is depicted in a video that we will show you this evening. That video will blur or make fuzzy the face of the student when the student's face is arguably depicted in the video. There is no audio, however. And so we will present to you evidence in the form of people that were there, that observed it, that heard it with their own ears. Mr. Saffold's statements to administration in connection with the employment investigation will be put into evidence. And in addition, we will present evidence again of the witnesses that were around there. You will learn that obviously with a serious incident like this, administration took immediate action to commence an employment investigation. That investigation involved thorough, detailed questioning of witnesses that included not only the student himself, but also Mr. Saffold, among others. After that investigation was concluded, and review and analysis of district policies, handbook provisions, state statutes, and various trainings, there was an administrative conclusion that what occurred in this matter involved a serious, significant breach and violation of board policy, of district handbook provisions, of state statute, and of training. We will present to you information concerning the training, concerning a general nature, what our non-crisis or crisis training looks like. And I think that will be very informative for you to understand what should have happened in this instance. We will present to you testimony from administration who've been involved in similar verbal threats involved from students, and show to you and tell you how or what the appropriate way to respond to such threats.
Can we please remember that we need to be quiet when we're in this room? If you're going to talk, please leave the room. Thank you.
And so,
Ma'am, can we please be quiet so as to allow this process to occur? Ma'am, we need to allow this situation to occur. Please stop, or we're going to have to take a break and figure out how to convince you that this hearing has to go along the way that it is. Please.
thank you. I am almost done. So we will present to you the evidence that we believe will show, under the totality of the circumstances, serious and multiple violations. We will present an administrative recommendation supported by the administrative team that the board terminate Mr. Saffold's employment because of this interaction, terminate his contracts, and we are confident the evidence will support that recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinsky. Mr. Kasheta? No decisions have been made. Please allow this process to occur. Thank you. Attorney Kasheta.
Thank you. And thank you for your attention this evening. Thank you for being here. My name is Bob Caschetta, and it is a pleasure and an honor to represent Corey Saffold here this evening. It's important to understand that nobody condones violence in schools. What you are not going to hear from us is that violence is justified, or that it's good, or that it's aspirational in terms of what you want this district to be. You have a director of crisis management who was placed in a situation not of his making, who was placed in a situation where options were limited, who was placed in a situation where there was videotape evidence, thank goodness, and he had seconds to make a decision. Now, you might say, well, we'll look at the video and we'll second guess every move he made. And that's your right as a board. But please remember that as you deliberate this case, you're looking not only at the conduct of this individual, a good, decent man, somebody who was protecting the safety of students, somebody who was protecting the safety of the staff and the faculty. But you're looking at what the course will be in terms of security for this district going forward. Corey's going to be fine. He's a great guy with a bright future. But the question before this board in a very real sense is, as you look at this case, what will your proclamation be regarding how you support or don't support the director of crisis intervention and crisis management? Now, to the issues of the evidence. Counsel has told you, and it will surprise none of you to find that lawyers disagree about a case. Counsel has told you that the evidence is undisputed that the first physical contact between student A and Corey Saffold was Corey's elbow or arm. I respectfully submit to you that your own eyes will tell you that that is not true. And I said, thank heavens we have video, because we do have the videotape, which will permit you to see what happened, which will permit you to assess how it went. And what ended up happening was not Corey taking aggressive action against the student as was described to you. What happened was Corey came out of the classroom following the student, telling the student to go to the office. To say that they were generally headed toward the office is kind of like saying they were generally headed anywhere, Alaska, Hawaii. They were some distance from the office. They were not directly adjacent to the office. And then Corey is continuing to tell the student, although we can't hear it, his testimony will be that he's continuing to tell the student he must go to the office. And you say, what proof do we have of that? Fortunately, the video bears that out as well, because as the student and Corey are talking, Corey's left arm comes up and he's pointing, consistent with your director of security saying, go to the office. Now, you might well say, why doesn't it end there? And the reality is it doesn't end there because the student takes a step forward and bumps into Corey. Does that trigger an immediate response? It does not. Corey maintains what you would expect of your director of crisis management. He doesn't react except to continue to insist that the student should go to the office. And then the student, continuing to maintain this contact, which the student initiated, then the student leans forward in a way that Corey will tell you signals that the student is going to strike him. He's now concerned that he is going to be struck. Now, that might in and of itself justify Corey taking the action that he took. But there's more. They arrive at this point at about 11 a.m. on the morning of May 18th after the student has repeatedly said that he is going to whip the asses of security and others. The student has expressed an intent, not just to be unresponsive, not just to be non-compliant with verbal orders, but to take physical action against your staff. And it's in this context that the circumstances I described occurred. It was not some isolated circumstance. Corey appreciated that this was a student who had indicated aggressive intent and who was now acting upon that intention. And here you sit on a sunny evening where you'd rather be someplace else, having to assess what went on there. And having to assess whether you will level the ultimate employment punishment, termination. Now, it doesn't have to be that way. This was posited after the investigation as a binary choice for you. Either Corey gets terminated or he doesn't. It could have been consistent with policy, progressive discipline. It could have been less, but you have been put in a position now where you must decide termination or no. And that's a hard place to put you. And so let me talk to you about the burden of proof regarding the evidence that you will see. This isn't a courtroom, and you're not all lawyers, but you are still operating under the rules of evidence, and you're operating under the state statutes, and they provide that you must be satisfied by clear and convincing evidence that the recommendation should be upheld. Clear and convincing. Not, well, we kind of think maybe we should let this happen. Maybe. Not, more likely than not. Clear and convincing evidence. Not in deference to anyone. Not in deference to any political pressure, but clear and convincing evidence. When you look at the video, let me please ask you, we're going to go through it frame by frame. I suspect Attorney Levinsky will do the same. Let me please ask you not to look at it in terms of, well, what might have been, because that isn't the question really. The question when you look at the video is, does what you see in the context in which it's presented justify termination? That's the question. And that's how we're going to approach this, because that's what the law requires. Not did Corey act perfectly. That's a standard that's too high for any of us. Not might he have done something different, because each of us in every circumstance might have done something different. And each of us could guess that the result might be different if something different was done. And none of that is material to the analysis before this board or what the statutes or law requires. The question is, does what you see square with your sense of justice that it demands by clear and convincing evidence termination of his employment? Now, sitting behind Corey is a community, but even beyond that, virtually is a larger community that will look to this board to determine what security will be like in the school system. And I beg you to keep that in mind as you make your decision. What will you do in terms of security? Because what you're going to see in this video is a director of crisis management who was managing a crisis in a way that I hope would make you proud. Not because he struck a student, and he did, but because he managed the crisis in a way that was reasonable. Perfect? I don't know. I don't know what perfect is. When a student who's bigger than Corey is confronting him after having said that his expressed intent is to do physical harm to security. I'm not sure there's a perfect answer in that scenario. But I hope this. When you look at the video and you consider the evidence, I hope that you say that conduct was reasonable. And there is no clear and convincing evidence that satisfies us that termination is the appropriate response to what you view. One final point, and I want to make it more for the record than anything, and that is, council said that there will be evidence of both contracts. There are in fact two contracts of employment. One contract expires by its terms on June 31st, 2023. The other contract begins on July 1st and has a term of 1 year. We submit, there is no issue regarding the contract of July 1st, 2023. It is not yet in effect. By law, by fact, by common sense, Corey could not have violated its terms. And so we respectfully submit to you that we reserve all rights regarding that July 2023 contract because it is not in effect. And I want the record to be clear so that we aren't waiving any rights regarding that contract. And that the issue before you is what's the effect of the May 18, 2023 incident on the contract that ends on June 31st, 2023. I appreciate your kind attention and look forward to presenting our evidence after council concludes her evidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kacheta. Ms. Lubinsky?
Yeah, we would call Rochelle Hattie, please.
Ms. Hattie, I'm going to place you under oath. You can sit or stand. I just need you to raise your right hand, please. Do you sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, and this you do under the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Ms. Lubinsky?
Thank you. Just a point of order. Do we have a microphone over there or will the owl pick you up?
The owl should pick me up.
All right.
I will speak loud.
Yeah, thank you. State your full name, please.
Rochelle Dawn Heedy.
And Ms. Haiti, do you mind if tonight I just call you Rochelle?
Yes.
Thank you. Rochelle, what is your title or employment position in the district?
I'm the Director of Human Resources
How long have you held that position?
since July 1st, 2021.
Do you have prior employment prior to coming to VASD on July 1, 2021 in the field of education?
Yes.
Outline that briefly for the board.
Yes, I worked for the Madison School District for 5 years. Prior to that, I was in the private sector for a long period of time, but I was also 4 years at the Sun Prairie School District in human resources at that point. So,
How many total years of HR experience? You're looking at me with wide eyes. You can count. How many total years of HR experience do you have?
21 years.
Okay, perfect. In the course of your employment for VASD, have you had occasion to conduct employment investigations?
Yeah.
And do you have extensive training and education on how to conduct those investigations?
Yes.
All right. As part of your role in HR as the HR director, I'm going to shorten your title to HR director. Do you have cause to be familiar with district policies and district handbook provisions?
Yes.
All right. Do you know Mr. Saffold?
Yes.
And you and Mr. Saffold, prior to the events at issue here today, worked together, I believe, just because I know you both fairly regularly, right?
That is correct.
And so the record is clear. Prior to this incident, did you have high regard for Mr. Saffold?
Absolutely.
All right, very good. Wanted to get that out there. Did there come an event on or about May 18, 2023 that you became aware of an incident that had occurred in the high school involving Mr. Saffold?
Yes.
How did you just become aware of it?
Yeah, around 11 o'clock in the morning, I received a phone call from Ted Weezy letting me know that there was an incident that happened at the high school regarding Korean students. I was asked to come to the high school
And did you do so?
immediately.
All right. And what did you do when you got to the high school?
Yes, I walked down to the front office. I waited in the hallway until I was called in to speak to Chad about the next steps.
And were you then briefed just generally in terms of why you were there?
Yes.
And I'm trying to move as quickly as possible. What were you told was going on that led you to be called to the high school?
Yes, I was briefed about an incident that happened between Corey and a student. At that point, I was briefed that there was a physical interaction, that Corey was injured and he was on his way to the hospital. I was briefed that the Verona Police Department was there. They were looking to start an investigation. And at that point, I very briefly watched the video to understand what occurred.
All right, we're gonna watch the video during your testimony in a moment, but I want to give the board first a very high level of your investigation. So let's start with this. Did you conduct an investigation, an employment investigation involving the events at issue on May 18, 2023?
Yes.
And can you describe for the board, what did you do in that investigation? Don't get into the details, but did you talk with people? Did you review evidence? What did you do?
Yeah, a thorough investigation was completed. That included speaking to multiple witnesses. That includes speaking to Corey and to the student. That also included reviewing the video on multiple occasions, as well as reviewing board policy, employee handbook policy, laws and regulations to understand the totality of what we're looking for.
And while I recognize every situation is different, did the manner in which you investigated this incident, did it comport generally with your standard operating procedures with regard to employment investigations?
Yes.
Very good. What I'd like to do right now is play the video. To get a little foundation, is one of the very first things you did in this investigation, watch the video?
Yes.
All right. Would you mind if we bring over our IT help? And we are going to, now I want everybody to just be cooperative with us. We believe this is all queued up, but we're just bear with us from a technology standpoint.
Ms. Levitsky, do you want us to be able to see the video or will it show up there?
Show up there.
Okay, so board members, we're gonna need to flip around.
They might be used to this.
Okay, I'm not.
And again, just be a little patient with us as we queue this up.
Board members, please let me know if you're having trouble seeing anything.
All right. For the record only, we are going to watch the video from start to finish. And just for purposes, I'm going to stop talking in a minute. Did student A just walk into a classroom?
Yes.
And is Mr. Saffold walking into the classroom?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to stop talking and let everyone, including the board, watch. Oh.
Please be quiet. Please be quiet.
Now, if we could go back, yeah, we're gonna watch the video one more time, but only a very small portion of it. Could you start it again? And I think we've got a little snippet where we could just start and stop. And while we're queuing that up, Ms. Hattie, did you, and pause right there.
This is the non-blurred version?
It's okay. The
Okay.
student's face is not visible in this version.
Okay, thank you.
So, Ms. Hattie, did you have opportunity before today to kind of start and stop the video, if you will, to kind of look at the proximity, the closeness, the contact between the two in as best you could?
Yes.
All right. And we have a portion of the video that we have queued up. Do you see that on your screen?
Yes,
All right. I want to very briefly push play, and if you could just start and stop as quickly as you can, and I'll walk Ms. Hattie through it. And if we could pause right here and just pause. Ms. Hattie, what did you see in that last video snippet, just so we can get a nice record of what we're seeing?
yes, what you will see is that the student has stopped and turned towards Mr. Saffold. And he stepped in and closed the gap.
Who's the he? Say that again.
Mr. Saffold stepped in to close the gap between himself and the student.
At this point, do you have an approximation of how close Mr. Saffold and the student are?
They are within inches of each other.
That's good enough for me. Could you play the video now, and again, starting and stopping as best you can? Pause right here. You heard an opening statement, Attorney Kashada mentioning that Mr. Saffold had pointed toward the office. Did you hear that, Ms. Hattie?
Yes,
Is the general direction where the pointing, we can all see it, where Mr. Saffold is pointing, is that the general direction toward the office?
yes, that is correct.
All right, very good. At this point, from your observations, is there any contact between the two?
No,
Please start and stop as best you can.
Please be quiet.
You can keep going. Stop right here. Stop right here, please.
Excuse me, can you please be quiet? The board has to be able to make a decision tonight. Well, please let them do this process correctly. Thank you.
The person that is not Mr. Saffold and student A depicted on the video is who?
that is Associate Principal, Mr. Mike Murphy.
And we will have Mr. Murphy testify. But did you, as part of your investigation, interview him concerning what he observed and what he heard was going on?
Yes, would you like me to explain that?
Nope, I'm gonna do that after we complete our kind of moment by moment video. Could you please play? And stop. What did you see depicted in the last few seconds? Or less than seconds? I'm not making a representation on timing.
Mr. Saffold and student A continue to have verbal conversation between the two of them in a heightened way. And I see that Mr. Murphy is stepping in to create a space to attempt to redirect the conversation.
Did any of the you know what, I'm gonna do that later, strike that, let's hit play.
Please.
Stop. Please, hold it right there. Did you see anything in the last split second that changed the distance between the student and Mr. Saffold?
What you can see in this clip here is that the student's head has moved slightly forward into Mr. Saffold's upper body region.
At this point, is there any contact between the two?
It does not appear to have any contact between the two.
Can you hit play? Stop. This is what you see on your screen right now. Obviously, we can all see it. You've seen that Mr. Saffold has raised his right arm or elbow, correct?
Yes,
And at this point, do you see space between the two gentlemen depicted in the video?
yes.
At any point, did you observe with your own eyes and watching this video, contact between physical contact between Mr. Saffold and student A prior to Mr. Saffold's right arm, right elbow making contact with student A?
No.
Please play. Stop. And I've tried to best kind of verbally depict where the contact was. Could you, in your own words, describe what you see on the video?
This student A is being hit on between his left temple and most likely his upper cheek area by Mr. Saffold's right forearm elbow region.
And now you can push play briefly, let it go. You can hit play. Thank you. Oh, that's okay. We can watch it from the beginning. That's fine. And then you can stop. What happened? Would it be fair to say what happens thereafter is the student is taken down and there's physical contact between the two, among others, on the ground?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. You can take down the video. I want to talk to you a little bit about your investigation.
Yes.
Okay. Did the video play a critical or important role in your investigation?
Absolutely.
Explain why.
Sure. It is incredibly important to understand every person's perspective in an investigation. And gathering the witness information from multiple people is very much an important piece of the puzzle. That video fills in the voids that you miss in such a short period of time when things happen in your house. So that video, A, confirmed everything that the witnesses shared was factual and accurate, and B, filled in some of those other small pieces that you lose when you are responding to an incident so high critically in nature.
All right, let's talk briefly about some of your interviews. I'm going to spend more time on a few and less time on others. And for purposes of our ease and expediency, we're not going to worry about the order of witnesses. If Mr. Cachetta is concerned about that, he will ask you questions. Was there any adult in the room that Mr. Saffold and student A entered before we see them exit and come out the hallway?
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
That was Miss Kim Griffin.
And did you interview Kim Griffin as part of your investigation?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Griffin is here to testify, so I'm going to keep this brief. Can you give the board a 30-second or less overview of what you learned from Ms. Griffin that happened in that room?
So in that room was Miss Griffin. She was on a video conference with the family. She had earbuds in her ears. There were also additional students in that classroom. She was focused on the video conference. She recalls seeing the student walk into the classroom and walk up to the area to grab his iPad. Shortly after that, Mr. Saffold walked into the middle of the classroom while students were still in the classroom. The student grabbed their iPad and proceeded to walk back out of the classroom. For a brief moment in time, Mr. Saffold and the student engaged. They engaged in words. Miss Griffin's earbuds were on, so she did not hear the exact words, but it was heightened. At that point, they spoke to each other, and the student then stepped away and continued out in the hallway, where then Mr. Saffold followed into the hallway.
In the longer video, we saw, I believe I could be mistaken, individuals who visibly were wearing, beyond Mr. Saffold, who were visibly wearing something that said security, right?
Yes.
Did you interview other security personnel other than Mr. Saffold to get their version of kind of what happened that day?
Yes.
Who did you interview?
I interviewed Mr. Parnell Hughes.
And is he a member of the security team?
Yes.
And who else?
That was the only person that we interviewed because he was hands-on during that process.
Got it. Was he one of the individuals we saw in the video once the student was down on the ground?
That is correct. I also received.
Hold on
wait,
hold on 1 second. Excuse me. I understand that this is a very difficult situation, and please understand that the board understands that this is a difficult situation. Please allow them to hear the evidence that is presented by Attorney Lubinsky, and then give the same respect to Attorney Cachetta. This is going to be a very long evening if we keep having to stop and interrupt to address people speaking out. Please, I beg of you, allow this process to occur so that a decision can be made. Ma'am, okay, okay. This is not a hearing that is going to be conducted by the community. Attorney Kasheta is representing Mr. Saffold. Please allow, nobody has made up their mind. Please allow Attorney Kasheta to defend Mr. Saffold, please. Thank you.
That is my fears. I take that into the space. That is my.
All right, Ms. Hattie, who did you interview as part of, who among the security personnel did you interview?
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown, okay, and. Okay, we're gonna proceed. What is Mr. Brown's first name?
Vernon.
Vernon, thank you. Okay, so you interviewed Mr. Vernon Brown, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and big picture, what did Mr. Brown share with you concerning his knowledge of the events?
Yes. So Mr. Brown received a radio call asking for support. He went to the 3rd floor, then he went to the 2nd floor, then he went to the 1st floor. During this time, the student was stating out loud.
Hold on.
Please, I apologize for interrupting. The witness is clearly reading from something, and I'd like very much to be provided a copy of it so that I can see what she's referencing.
I'm asking right now for a recess if this continues. This is inappropriate. And it is just not only disrupting the witness, it's disrupting the lawyers, it's disrupting the board, and it needs to stop.
Thank you, Ms. Levinsky. We will try to address that. I'd like to keep going. Mr. Kasheta has asked a question about what Ms. Haiti is reading. Is that something that is part of the exhibit?
It is not, and we have not provided that, nor will we. We were happy to provide a redacted copy to Mr. Kasheta upon his request, but it contains confidential student information.
Then I'm going to ask that Ms. Haiti not refer to it any further and that she testify from her own recollection.
That would be fair.
Mr. Kasheta, are you comfortable with that?
Not entirely. I reserve the right to see an unredacted or a redacted version.
We will address that at a later date.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Hattie, let's go back. All right, we're gonna just kind of start over from where we were. All right, so you interviewed Mr. Brown, correct? And he is a member of the security team,
Yes.
correct? Can you give the board a very high level of what you learned from Mr. Brown in doing this investigation?
Yep, Mr. Brown stated that the student was being verbally making verbal statements to him and others on the security team to the effect of, and I don't swear that I'm going to say these words tonight. I'll whoop your ass. Making statements of harm to the security team.
Okay, now, another person we saw in the video, so we have covered the individual who was in the room. We've covered Mr. Brown. Another person we saw is the administrator. And you previously identified him as Mr. Murphy, correct?
Yes,
And did you interview Mr. Murphy?
yes.
And can you give the board, he's going to testify, so you can just do very high level. What information did you learn from Mr. Murphy that was, salient or important to your investigation?
Mr. Murphy was called on the radio for administrative support. He was walking down the hallway in a way to find the student. Mr. Murphy shares that from a distance, he could see student A and Mr. Saffold having a conversation as he walked up to them. There was direction between both, the student saying, "I will whoop your ass," Mr. Saffold saying, "Go to the front office." Those two statements were repeated multiple times. Mr. Murphy stated to me on at least 2 occasions that he believed that both were escalated and neither one were stepping down at that point. And he believed it was in the best interest to put his hand in between the 2 of them and state the student's name out loud in a way to redirect the student to de-escalate the situation.
Okay. And again, Mr. Murphy will be here and he will provide his firsthand account. So we've covered the individual in the room. We've covered the security member. We've covered Mr. Murphy. Did you interview the student?
Yes,
And at a very high level, please share with the board what the student shared with you concerning this incident.
yeah, the conversation that I had with the student stated that the student did say to Mr. Saffold he was gonna whip his ass. The student also said that Mr. Saffold was directing him down to the office. The student stated to me that he never touched him, and instead, Mr. Saffold hit him first.
Your statement, just so I have a nice clear record, the student said Mr. Saffold never hit him. You meant,
The student said that the student never touched Mr. Saffold.
perfect. When we use him and there's two, I'm just trying to get clear. Thank you. All right. Did you interview Mr. Saffold?
Yes.
All right. Who was present during that interview?
Chad Weezy, you, Mr. Saffold, and one of his attorneys.
All right. And did you give Mr. Saffold what is commonly legally known as a Garrity warning?
Yes.
All right, and if the board needs legal counsel on that, they can get that from their lawyer. Ultimately, after giving Mr. Saffold a Garrity warning, did you ask him questions about what happened?
Yes.
And at, again, a very high level, based on your memory, can you share with us what share with the board what Mr. Saffold told you concerning the events that unfolded?
Absolutely. Mr. Saffold stated that throughout the morning, he was hearing radio calls throughout the morning regarding the student in the hallway. At one point, one of the security guards radioed in a different tone, asking for administrative support. At that moment, Mr. Saffold decided that it would be upon his best interest to go intervene. He went to the hallway, he met the student on the second floor, directed the student to go down to the office. He followed the student to the first floor. Throughout this time, Mr. Saffold shared that the student was saying to him, "I'll whoop you." And Mr. Saffold continued to state, "Go to the front." Mr. Saffold then spoke more about the moments leading into the physical altercation. Mr. Saffold said that the student was up in his face and that he could feel his spit on his face. Mr. Saffold never stated to me or to us in our investigation that the student touched him. Mr. Saffold stated that the student made a brief movement towards him, which we saw in the video. And at that point, Mr. Saffold stated that per his law enforcement training that he has had for over 10 years, that his only move was to create space. And the way to create space per his law enforcement training was to lift up his arm and hit the student in the face. Mr. Saffold also stated in that moment that it would take him another 10 years to unlearn that training. He stated that his 4 years in the district was not enough for him to unlearn the training that he received as a police officer. Mr. Saffold stated that as they went to the ground, you will see in pictures, and what was reported to us is that the student bit Mr. Saffold and he was pulling his shirt towards him. You will see movements in the video where Mr. Saffold is using his hand in a way to have the student stop biting his finger. Towards the end, I asked the question of Mr. Saffold on why he handcuffed the student. And Mr. Saffold stated at that moment, handcuffs were the only way to de-escalate the situation. It was over, it was done. I asked Mr. Saffold if he would have done anything different in that moment. And he had nothing to share. He stated it was self-defense.
I have a few questions concerning that. Number one, we saw on the video that Mr. Saffold took a step toward the student, and I went through that with you in slow motion. Did Mr. Saffold say anything? Let me get the foundation on. Did we play the video in that interview?
Yes, we did.
All right, so it was visible to all who were in attendance, correct?
Yes,
Did Mr. Saffold say anything with regard to his stepping toward the student?
yes, thank you for that. During our interview, he said on at least 2 occasions, it was my bad, it was my fault. I should have not stepped into the student's space.
Did we have a discussion during that interview concerning handcuffs?
Yes,
Did you have any idea prior to watching the video that Mr. Saffold had kept handcuffs somewhere, presumably in his office?
no,
Okay, that was news to you?
yes,
Does the district have employees at least to our knowledge, that keep handcuffs?
Not to my knowledge.
All right, we've covered some interviews. Before I move on, is there anything else that you can recall that you believe salient for the board to know concerning Mr. Saffold's interview?
Absolutely. The other piece of the interview that I didn't mention before was regarding NVCI training. Mr. Saffold was recently trained in NVCI training, nonviolent crisis intervention. And as a part of the interview, we asked him what NVCI training things he did in that moment. And he stated the only NVCI training tool that he used was to be firm in directing the student to the front office.
Okay. Did you conduct any interviews other than what we've discussed?
With Mr. Saffold?
Any other interviews?
No.
Okay. Did you, besides conducting the interviews, reviewing the video, you testified earlier that you reviewed, I think you said board policies, handbook provisions, et cetera. Can you talk with the board about what did you review in terms of policy or procedure practice?
Absolutely. So we've got board operating expectations. OE 10 is one that I reviewed. May I look in?
I'll get to the exhibits, and you don't have to be specific, just what were the sources of materials?
So I reviewed board policy, I reviewed administrative rules, I reviewed the employee handbook, and I also reviewed DPI law and regulations specifically relating to seclusion, restraint, and handcuffs.
Okay. Now, after you collected all of the evidence, was there anything in your mind that was left unanswered? In other words, was there a stone to be turned that you decided I'm not going to turn?
No,
Did you reach conclusions about the events that occurred?
yes,
Did you make, as the director of HR, do you have authority to let me ask it, do you have authority to discipline district employees?
yes.
And in making those decisions, put aside this situation, what factors do you consider when you make decisions about issuing discipline? Beyond just did someone do something? What else do you consider?
I consider the handbook policies, procedures, guidelines, laws, and regulations.
Did you make a decision to issue discipline involving Mr. Saffold?
Yes,
Turn in your binder, please. Turn to exhibit 4. What is exhibit 4?
Exhibit 4 is the written warning and unpaid suspension that was sent to Mr. Saffold on June 1st.
Did you author exhibit 4?
Yes,
Does it contain your conclusions and decisions relative to your investigation?
yes.
All right, I'm not going to read it for the board. Can you just verbally tell us what did you conclude as a result of your thorough investigation that you just outlined? You don't need to read it for us, but just big picture.
Absolutely. As a part of the investigation, Mr. Saffold broke board operational policy 10, the learning environment and student behaviors. Handbook policy 3.30, student relations. Handbook policy 3.44, violence and bullying in the workplace. And administrative rule 542 regarding physical restraint.
And your conclusions that he violated these policies was based on the investigation you did, correct?
Yes,
And in particular, before you outline those policies, handbook provisions, et cetera, there's a paragraph in exhibit 4 that I would like you to summarize. I mean, you can use it, it's right here, but what did you conclude he did?
I concluded that Mr. Saffold made first contact with the student. And throughout the contact, he broke multiple policy violations that are not in alignment with district expectations.
Okay. Do you have any sense for how many employment investigations you've done in your career? That's probably an unfair question. I'm just trying to get a big picture sense.
Hundreds.
The violations that you found that are outlined in Exhibit 4, how does it compare to the hundreds of other investigations you've done?
It is at a different level because of the nature of the number of violations and policies that were broken.
Now, toward the end of your letter, well, did you issue discipline to Mr. Saffold?
Yes,
And what was that discipline?
it was an intermediate disciplinary action of 17 unpaid suspension days.
And in your letter towards the end, we don't need to read it, but did you advise Mr. Saffold through this letter that the district was continuing to investigate and determine if further disciplinary action were to occur to?
Yes,
All right. Ultimately, you are not Mr. Saffold's supervisor, correct?
correct.
You're not his direct supervisor, nor are you the superintendent of the schools, correct? That said, Ms. Hattie, were you involved in discussions at an administrative level in this district concerning beyond the 17 days, whether further disciplinary action may be warranted?
Yes,
All right. We're going to present evidence later. You're aware of it, that there is an administrative recommendation to terminate Mr. Saffold's employment. Were you involved in the at least the consideration and the thought process behind that?
yes,
Do you concur in that recommendation?
yes.
Why?
Based on the totality of the events. And that Mr. Saffold made first contact with the students. I am in full support of this recommendation.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. I'm sure Attorney Kasheta will have a few.
Attorney Kasheta?
Thank you. Ms. Haiti, do you have training as a security officer for schools?
No,
Do you present your evidence this evening in the capacity of an expert regarding proper conduct for a security officer at schools?
can you repeat your question? please?
Certainly. Are you here saying I am expert in what a security officer in a school setting should or should not do?
No,
If a security officer is threatened with physical harm, imminent physical harm by a student, in your assessment as the director of HR, may that security officer defend himself?
I will refer to NBCN training, which states that you disengage in that, in that incident.
Please, this is going to take forever if you keep interrupting. Please let Attorney Kasheta defend Mr. Saffold and let Attorney Lubinsky do her job and let the board do their job. Please, I implore you. Attorney Kasheta.
Thank you very much. Are you saying that there is no circumstance then in which the director of security, the director of crisis management, should do anything other than disengage?
Under no circumstance should the director make first contact with the student.
That's a different question. My question is, if the director of crisis management is confronted by a student that is threatening imminent physical harm, is it your testimony that the only thing that you as director of HR would approve of would be if that director of crisis management disengaged, that is, step back?
As a part of NBCI training, yes.
Okay. Please respect the fact that Mr. Saffold hired Attorney Kasheta to defend him. He is doing a job here that Mr. Saffold is paying him for. Please allow him to do that job. You are not helping. You are making this process last longer, and you are making this process very difficult for everyone involved. Please let them do their jobs, please. Thank you. Attorney Kasheta?
Thank you. And in fairness, if Mr. Saffold when the student is saying, I'm going to whip your ass, as we've heard. If he steps back, neither you nor I know what that student would do next. We could agree on that, couldn't we?
Yes,
Did you recommend that Mr. Saffold be terminated because he had handcuffs?
that was a part of the recommendation.
If nothing else had happened and you just discovered that he had handcuffs, would he be recommended for termination, do you think?
The totality of the events is the reason why I recommend termination.
I do appreciate that, and I'm trying to isolate the items within the narrative. And so if you will, please focus on the issue of handcuffs. If the discovery had been made that he had handcuffs, would that have, in your mind, as the Director of Human Resources, justified termination?
I'm gonna object as vague. I think I understand. Had nothing else happened, but he had handcuffs. Is that your question?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I don't have an objection to that.
I would recommend progressive discipline.
Short of termination.
Correct.
All right, if nothing else had happened other than Mr. Saffold stepping toward the student, as we've seen on the video, would that, in your judgment as the Director of Human Resources, justify termination?
I would again follow progressive discipline.
Cutting through this, in fact, the thing that justifies in isolation termination is the physical contact of the elbow with student A.
It is the totality of all of the events.
I appreciate what you're saying, but if we peel away each one of those items as we've been doing individually and independently, what really in your mind justified, well, maybe it didn't. Maybe, let me ask it another way. If there was nothing else that happened other than an elbow striking student A, is that in isolation justification for termination from your perspective as Director of HR?
In this specific scenario, because of the egregious nature of that, yes.
Can you point to anything else? Again, understanding you talked about the totality of the circumstances, but because a lot of things happened, we're trying to break them out and understand them separately. Is there any other individual item that you would point to and say, in addition to the elbow, there is justification for termination on that fact alone?
No,
Now, would you agree with me that Mr. Saffold is in the best position to assess whether he thought student A was going to strike him at the moment before he raised his elbow?
I'm not sure I can answer that question because I'm not Mr. Saffold.
Well, I'm asking you as the Director of HR, whether you would agree that the best person for making that determination regarding what Mr. Saffold thought would be Mr. Saffold.
Mr. Saffold put himself in that situation.
That's not the question yet either. I'll try again. Perhaps it's not clear and I'll try to make it clear. You're here to talk about what Mr. Saffold did and your perspective about that. And I appreciate and respect that. What I'm asking is Mr. Saffold the best person to be able to assess what he believed student A was going to do immediately before he lifted his right elbow?
Yes,
All right. And you have known Mr. Saffold to be an honest man.
yes,
You have known him to be a responsible man in your past dealings with him.
yes,
You have known him to be a professional man.
yes,
You have known him to be a credit to this district.
yes.
You did not interview Parnell Hughes.
That was my mistake.
And I didn't mean it as a criticism. I just want to be sure I have a clear understanding of what interviews occurred. Thank you for that, but you just didn't interview Parnell Hughes.
Correct.
You do understand that he was security staff that morning and that he had been involved with student A before Corey Saffold encountered him.
Yes.
And you didn't interview Cortez Rose.
Correct.
That's true. Yeah, and you do understand that Cortez Rhodes was another security staffer on the morning of May 18, 2023, who interacted with student A.
Correct.
Now, given the totality of the circumstance approach that you previously described, one of the things that's very important is to truly understand the totality of the circumstances that brought student A to that position that we see on the video monitor. True.
Yes.
And one of the things that's important is the assessment of the threat that student A presented. Wasn't that part of the totality of the circumstances?
Yes.
And without talking to Mr. Rhodes, without talking to Mr. Hughes, you can't know what went before and what it was that they perceived in terms of the threat level of student A. That's a fair statement, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, I'm looking at the board policy. I'm looking at the handbook 3.30 and 3.44, the administrative rules, state statute. And I want to be sure we have as bright a line as we can have in this circumstance, okay? Are you saying, as the director of HR, that there is no circumstance in which the director of crisis management is able to use force with a student? Is that your position?
No.
Okay. So what brings us here tonight then is a question of whether Corey Saffold used reasonable judgment in terms of asserting force against student A. Do we agree on that?
Yes.
Did you consult with any experts? And by experts, I mean people who hold themselves out to have expertise in school security issues?
No.
Those are, one more question. Give us the floor plan. I'm not familiar with this building, except to the extent that I got lost finding this room this evening. I really don't know the building. How far is the place where the interaction between Corey Saffold and student A occurred from the office? Take us, if you're walking from that location to the office, give us as clear a sense as you can what the distance is.
I am distance challenged. I will tell you that. For me, if I were to come to the front office and go to the business hallway, I would enter out the back door of the front office, go down through the cafeteria to the first hallway that goes downstairs. It is maybe a quarter to a third of the way down the auditorium or the cafeteria. Be able to go into the stairwell and down into that.
Okay. And that's helpful. I appreciate it. To get from where student A was to the office, student A would have to go through an atrium area
Yes.
that had students around it.
I am unaware of that time of day and what time lunch period is. 11 o'clock in the morning. I do not know that off the top.
Fair enough. To get from where student A and Corey Saffold interacted to the office, there was a route through the atrium where there might be students.
Yes.
And if student A was acting in an aggressive manner, I trust we could once again agree, there's no telling whether student A would have injured other students along the way or have been aggressive toward them if he was acting out and being aggressive towards security staff. You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
I can't agree to that because that's an opinion and I'm not here to base it.
Well, but you rendered an opinion that Corey's contract should be terminated for him. Didn't you?
Please,
You did give that opinion, did you not?
Yes,
All
Based
right,
on
so
facts.
give me an opinion on this question, if you will, please. Give me an opinion on the question whether you can tell us with any degree of comfort, Ms. Haiti, that if that student expressing aggression as he was, being aggressive as we saw on that video, if he'd gone into a common area where there might have been students, you don't have any level of comfort that he wouldn't have taken that aggression out on students in the common area, do you, in fairness?
ask a question, please.
Yeah, she might need counsel concerning some issues involving what is confidential and what is not. Is that why you would like to? I think she wants to speak concerning the student and answering her question, and she is worried about confidentiality laws. I will,
But
Mr.
I'll try to
Kacheta, yes.
rephrase it.
maybe you could.
that would be
rephrase it.
helpful.
Yeah, I think I understand the problem. Let me try to rephrase it. When it comes to any student who is behaving as we saw student A behave, stepping forward as he did right in Corey Saffold's face, clearly expressing aggression, saying he's going to whip people's ass. I trust we can agree that nobody, not you, not me, not anybody, can have any level of assurance that if he goes into an area where there are other students, that he won't act aggressively toward them either. He does present a threat, doesn't he?
That's multiple, and I think it raises the exact same issue. And if we allow this witness to answer it, I think she's entitled to legal advice concerning how much she can share relative to the student.
Mr. Kacheta, is there a way that, excuse me, please, is there a way that you can ask that question where you are not eliciting specific information about this particular student?
I'll try again.
Okay,
Thank you. I'll try again.
maybe a shorter question?
Maybe that'd be a good idea. Ms. Haiti, it's impossible for us to predict with any certainty what a person who is exhibiting violent, aggressive tendencies would do. That's a fair statement, isn't it?
Yes,
That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have some redirect if that's permissible, only 3 areas.
Yes,
Okay, did your investigation reveal any evidence whatsoever that student A had threatened any other student that day?
no,
Did your investigation reveal any evidence that regardless of what the student was saying verbally, that the student had made physical contact with any staff member?
as a part of my investigation, there is no data to show that the student has made any other physical contact with another staff member.
Including that day,
In
correct?
that day,
All right. With respect to the investigation itself and what had occurred before Mr. Saffold arrived at the high school. In your interview with Mr. Saffold, did you ask him what he had learned from his security team had happened before he arrived?
can you react?
Yep, that was a long one. During your interview with Mr. Saffold,
Yes,
did he share with you why he was called to the high school?
yes,
Did he share with you what was reported to him by his security subordinate personnel?
yes,
And so to the extent you were asked questions about Mr. Hughes and Mr. Rose, and I may have botched those last names. If I did, I apologize. But did you obtain from Mr. Saffold the information that Mr. Saffold received from the security team that led to him, Mr. Saffold, coming to the school?
yes,
All right. And then last but not least, you were asked about a, sorry, reading my own handwriting, always dangerous. Oh, You were asked about, are you an expert in threat assessment and questions along that lines. And I want to be clear. Is there any employee, be it the director of security or anyone else in the VASD school district, any employee who is above state statutes?
No,
Is there any employee who can violate board policy?
no,
When employees such as Mr. Saffold, who are trained in non-violent crisis intervention, do you as the director of HR expect that they comply with their training?
yes,
Regardless of if they're the director of security, correct?
correct.
Is there any other rules that apply to Mr. Saffold because of his position?
No,
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Mr. Kasheta, any recross?
I suppose it's fair to say that if all you had to do to get the totality of the circumstance was interview Mr. Saffold, then that's all you would have done, right?
no,
Well, you talked to other people because you didn't just talk to Mr. Saffold to get his perspective.
correct.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any questions?
I do. Earlier we heard, I actually have a lot of questions of what procedurally is done in our investigations. Whether we look at documented things around a student, not to be discussed here, but things if they have behavioral plans or ways that we can safely engage with the student that makes them feel okay.
Let's ask one question at a time.
Sure. So I guess all of them really reduced to, was the copy that you were reading kind of like a final report?
We're not gonna talk about that copy.
Then I'll just ask, is the board allowed a non-redacted copy of the total investigation that was done by the district so that we can know who was there, who was interviewed, who was not?
I do not have copies to present to the board. It is not redacted. There was no request prior to the hearing for that. We have made the decision not to provide that. Ms. Hattie is here to answer any questions she may have concerning the investigation. And the reality is that those notes are not what you would consider to be a final report. It's just a narrative of what people said during the interviews. It's not an investigation report.
Okay, so in the event that the board wanted to take a look at that, we would have to determine what it is. In the event that the board wanted to take a look at that, because of due process, it would have to be provided to Mr. Saffold and his attorney. And we can certainly address that with the parties and come back to that.
So if we want to resolve this now, should I just ask the questions outright? Is that
Correct.
And please tell me if you're like, was there a reason why not everybody seen in that video was interviewed?
Please.
The video shares a lot, and in the interviews that I had with others, it painted the full picture. For me, there was no reason to ask other people what occurred because it was shared. And all of the interviews that we had very consistent themes on what happened at that point.
And then is it standard process, and not talking about this student at all in particular, for any student, is it standard process in an investigation to look at any sort of customized plans we have in place to ensure that student has success, whether it's an IEP, a BIB, an FBA, are those things looked at to ensure this is what the student was allowed to see if process and policy were followed?
Standard process to determine if that's a piece of the investigation that we need to look at. It depends on what occurred and if you pull that information in or not. As a part of this investigation, we believe that the student records were critically important to review and understand. So yes, they were included.
Gotcha. And then my last question, there was a statement that no other threat to students was made that day. How was that deduced? Did we just ask student A, or did we ask other students with whom he came in contact? Did you feel threatened by student A? Like, how did you surmise that no other student felt threatened? Or was it just that that person hadn't made explicit threats to that student? Just as a clarification.
All that was reported as a part of the investigation was that student A was making explicit threats to the security team.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Board members, any other questions? Okay, seeing none, Attorney Levinsky?
Yes, Ms.
Next
Hattie,
witness.
step down. We would call, this next witness should be relatively short. We would call Kim Griffin, please.
Board members, I'm going to let this witness testify, and then I'm gonna ask you if you need a break, because I know it's been a while.
Actually, in light of that, can I call a different witness? I want to have a different witness be able to come and go, and if we're going to take a break, I'm going to rotate. Do you mind? I am so sorry. I apologize. I thought I could get Kim in and out of here, but I want to go quickly with another witness.
That's fine.
So I would like to call Brianna Gustafson, please. This one should be short.
Okay.
Sorry, Kim, wherever you are.
Ms.
You gotta stick to
Gustafson,
the break.
can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you sincerely and truly declare and affirm the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, and this you do under the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you.
Would you state your name, please?
Yeah, Brianna Gustafson.
And Brianna, are you a district employee?
I am
What is your job title?
the assistant director of special education at the elementary level.
And we're actually,
Could you keep your voice up
Yeah,
for me? I
sorry,
can't hear you.
assistant director of special education at the elementary level.
I appreciate it. Sorry to interrupt.
Thank you.
all right, very good. And I assume from your title, part of your role involves dealing with special education students and staff members who serve as special education students, right?
That's right.
And you're actually here not because of this. So as part of your role, your role, at least over the last school year, has it involved nonviolent crisis training?
Yes,
And is there, and that's what I'm here to talk with you about, and only that. And so to be clear, for everybody in the board, this witness doesn't have any relevant information concerning the events that we saw on the screen. It is solely about some training that she provided. So that is why this witness is going to be relatively short. All right. Ms. Gustafson, do you mind if I call you Brianna?
yes.
Very good. Brianna, can you just in your own words tell the district, explain or tell the board, what do you provide by way of training to staff in nonviolent crisis intervention, which I will try to remember is NVCI. I know with you and I have mixed up that acronym. Explain to the board what that is.
Yeah, so we work with an agency called Crisis Prevention Institute, or CPI. And they provide a 2 to 3 hour online training that staff members complete on an annual basis. And then we have district trained NVCI trainers who then facilitate a 2 to 3 hour in-person training for staff, again on an annual basis.
And are you kind of the one, at least this past school year, in charge of kind of ensuring all this training takes place?
That's correct.
And I know you said the first part of that training is online. Is that like a module where people can do on their own?
Yep, that's correct. So there are a series of modules that staff complete, and then there's a quiz at the end to demonstrate their knowledge of that.
And then the in-person part of that training, is that something you present at?
Yes, so we have a handful of district trainers that facilitate those trainings. That's more scenario-based work and practicing the physical skills associated with the NVCI training.
Perfect. All right, that leads to why I've called you as a witness. You have in front of you a binder. Could you turn to tab 13? We'll spend a little more time on 14, 13 will be pretty short. Ignore page 1 for a moment of tab 13. The rest looks to me to be like pages from a PowerPoint. I'm just wondering if you can identify what that is.
Yes, so in August, we sent out this PowerPoint, which had voiceover to go with each of the slides to all district staff members. And it's about seclusion and restraint, legal information.
And interestingly, at the top of the second page of exhibit 13, I see a little like almost like a microphone. Is that the audio that comes along with this?
That's correct.
And are you one of the voices we may hear if we were gonna go through this today?
That's correct.
All right, and so this is something you present to staff.
This is something that they completed on their own, but yes,
Fair point, it's online.
Yes.
All right, and then what is page 1 of exhibit 13?
this looks to be evidence that Tori completed or viewed the seclusion and restraint legal presentation.
Perfect, all right. And to be clear, the presentation, the training, the module, whatever we want to call it in exhibit 13, all district staff get that, right?
That's correct.
Now turn to tab 14. And before we can, again, skip over page 1 for a minute. You talked about that 2-phase CPI training of non-violent crisis intervention, the online, if you will, the modules, and then the in-person. Do all district staff receive that or only some?
Only some.
And maybe you don't know, who determines who receives that training?
So typically it's based on position within the district. So our administrative staff that are working in our schools are trained, our student services staff, our special education staff, and our security staff members. Typically are those persons.
All right. And so to the best of your knowledge, at least the goal is all of the district security staff, among other people, receive that 2-part training.
That's correct.
Now I got to do some legalese with the board. We had to get, I'm leading the witness because it's not disputed. We had to get some written authorization for CPI to allow us to use some of the slides materials. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I want the board to understand that what is presented in exhibit 14 is with express written permission of CPI. They've got these fancy rules that we got to comply with. And I want everyone, for the sake and interest of completeness, to see the footnote. I feel compelled to read this, Brianna. I'm sure you would like it read too, that CPI wants us to know the images of the interventions that are in this document are intended as a point of reference and represent only a snapshot of the process required to execute the skills and principles. And now that I read that, Brianna, is that something that CPI has asked us to make clear?
That's
That's the non-legalese. Let's go through briefly the slides in tab 14, and then you'll be done.
Okay.
Maybe just by way of background, can you explain at a very high level the non-violent crisis methodology that we train those discrete individuals, including security staff?
Yeah, so CPI, the crisis development model, actually that second page in tab 14 that we're on now, that's actually a great kind of overview of the training. Because what that does is it walks staff through on the left-hand side there, the different levels of behavior that may be seen, and then staff responses based on the behaviors they're seeing from, in this case, a student. So for example, if a student is exhibiting signs of anxiety, then staff are responding in a supportive manner.
Okay.
And then the training digs into each of those levels further, which we'll see on additional pages within the tab.
All right. Is one of the central themes of this training tools and techniques, I'm sure there are many, to de-escalate situations that may be heightened?
That's correct.
What can you, just in your own words, you can use these documents if you'd like, but explain to the board how are our employees, again, the select employees that take this training, how are those employees, what are they told to do when they're confronted with maybe a heightened, it could be a student, it could be a citizen. I want it big picture. What are the strategies?
So I think if it's okay, I'd like to reference.
Yes, feel free.
So I talked a little bit about when we say anxiety level behaviors. If we turn 2 pages further, it's titled the verbal escalation continuum. This visual here has many strategies that we teach staff for de-escalating students when they're in that defensive level. So for example, you see refusal, if we're seeing a refusal behavior from a student, our interventions are listed there, our limit setting, redirecting the person's focus and attention to the desired outcome. Another example, if a student is verbally or non-verbally threatening staff in some manner, staff should take all threats seriously and seek assistance and wait for colleagues to arrive. On the next page, that is a visual that digs further into that limit setting that we talked about. So we provide staff with some examples of limits that they can set, and kind of give them some strategies to set those limits with students. Gonna go backwards 2 pages, and I apologize, but there's a visual of the supportive stance. So this is another de-escalation strategy that nonviolent crisis intervention trains staff in. So the person on the right-hand side of that visual is standing at an angle kind of off to the side of the individual on the left who is escalated. Their body posture is open, arms are open, and you can see that there's, about 3 feet of distance between the staff member and the individual who's escalated. The reason we train staff on that is because it communicates respect, appears non-threatening, and it maximizes safety.
Is there any magic, by the way? I think when you and I were talking in advance of this, you explained the 3 feet. Like, why 3 feet?
Yeah, so one of the reasons would be for staff safety. You want to be a leg length away in case the student were to attempt to kick you. Also, it appears non-threatening. So people, when they're feeling escalated, sometimes need more physical space. And so that is a way to appear non-threatening.
In any part of your training, do you train, again, these select employees that when a student is escalated, an appropriate strategy is to decrease the space between you, the staff member, and the student?
So CPI trains on the supportive stance. The other component of the training that we train staff on is disengagement techniques and physical restraint. So maybe I'll flip and reference for all of you. This is going to be a little trickier. Several.
You could maybe give us the page number on the bottom left.
Oh, yeah, certainly. So 172 and 174 are 2 examples of the physical restraints or pulls that staff are trained in.
Sorry, we do not have a one. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't go far enough.
The last 2.
Thank you.
So if a physical restraint is employed, then in that case, you are stepping into the student's space because you are seeking to control the body movement.
Okay.
The range of motion.
Prior to seeking to have a hold or a restraint on a student, you talked about training with regard to disengagement, right? And
Yes.
I'd like to just briefly talk about that. If there is a page you'd like to reference, you can feel free to do so. But I believe it's page 42 and there's a title, Principles of Disengagement.
That's correct. So
and
that's
Go ahead.
on page 42, so 2 pages prior to where we just were. And so there are 2 main types. One is a strike. So this would be if a student attempts to strike a staff member, for example, a punch. Then the staff members are taught to block and move. And the other piece is a grab or a hold, which would be like trying to grab a student grabbing onto your clothing or choking or grabbing onto your wrist, something like that. And then those principles of disengagement that are listed on the left, hold and stabilize, push, pull, and lever, are the 3 strategies that staff are trained in to remove themselves from that grab or hold. And then staff are taught to back away to maintain that supportive stance.
And again, these principles of disengagement arise, at least according to the training examples. that are provided when a student attempts to strike or grab the staff member, correct?
That's-
Okay, now let's go to where you were. Let's then, does part of your training involve when there needs to be a restraint? And I'm not asking you for a legal opinion, but is a restraint a type of hold or physical contact where a staff member is restraining the arms or body of a student?
Yes,
All right.
so on that same page that we are already on, there's those key themes to consider with physical intervention. They may also be listed as part of the holds, but I don't see them there immediately, but these apply to both the disengagement skills and the physical restraint. So themes to consider would be duty of care, so actions and omissions to do no harm with the best interest of the person in crisis. Any actions must be reasonable and proportionate to the behavior. Physical interventions must be the last resort and the least restrictive. The risks of doing something balanced with the risks of doing nothing. And you must uphold the person's human rights. You are obligated to reduce use and prevent the misuse and abuse of physical interventions. One step further, if you go one page back to page 52, the decision-making matrix.
Wait, did you say 52?
52, so it's in front, like, turn the page
Got
from the
it.
left to the right.
Not in order, sorry.
Right.
Lauren.
Yeah, so this is a decision-making matrix, and so this is a tool that staff are trained in through the nonviolent crisis intervention training to determine the risk level of the likelihood of a behavior occurring along with the severity, if that behavior would occur, to determine the level of risk. And so that is another tool that's available to staff to help determine that level of risk and weigh the risks of the restraint versus the risks of allowing the risk behavior to occur.
All right, just a few more questions that I have for you. With regard to the training, and again, I'm not sure if it's in these materials, I'm trying to go as quickly as we can. With regard to the training, have you ever trained staff with regard to use of a prone position of a student?
So the only physical restraints that I train staff in are the two that are listed here. So the standing position and the team control position are two of those. They're not the only ones. So the others, the standing position that you see there is also taught in a seated format. So in the classroom model, the students and two staff members are seated in chairs, but the restraint looks similar to that picture. And for smaller individuals, there is a different hold that is taught as well, called the child control position.
All right, and if I'm hearing you correctly, the second part of your training, do you actually like go through, like literally kind of mimic up what these holds look like and how do people perform them and kind of, in effect, kind of do an exercise in it?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Can you confirm for us that you reviewed your records to determine whether Mr. Saffold attended the two trainings that you put on, both that online module as well as the in-person? Did he attend both in the calendar year 22-23 school year?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Have you ever trained any staff member ever in your career to use handcuffs for a restraint of a student?
As far as I'm aware, that's not a part of the CPI training.
All right, and in addition, part of the seclusion, if you could just briefly go back to tab 13. Part of, I think it's the last one. You see the last page of that PowerPoint. There is the last bullet says refer to state statute 118.305. And I know that's a long statute. We've got an exhibit of that. Is that something you go through with the participants who attend this particular training that we have in tab 13?
So as part of the MBCI training that we provide to all staff, our instructor, so we have a set of instructor slides that we use. Part of those instructor slides does include instructor notes that includes going over the state statute.
Okay. All right, those are all the questions I have.
Attorney
Thank you.
Kasheta?
Thank you very much. Now, Ms. Gustafson, were you interviewed as the person involved in the training by Ms. Haiti in the investigation concerning this matter?
I was not.
Were you shown the videotape so that you might pair what you're talking about in terms of training with what actually happened on May 18, 2023?
I have seen the video.
But you haven't been asked to render opinions about each frame of the video and how it relates to the kind of training you've been talking about. That's true?
That wouldn't be my role, no.
Okay. Now, the issue of this training protocol, the NVCI, is that something that you introduced to the district?
No, it was something that was in place before I came to Verona.
And in fact, in fairness, you're not entirely happy with it, are you?
I feel like you're asking that because you're aware that we did look at one other option for use for training in our district, which we decided did not meet our district's needs.
Yeah, you're ahead of me. You looked at handle with care, didn't you?
That's correct.
And you did that because in part you indicate that you aren't sure that the NVCI, the nonviolent crisis intervention, is the best thing out there.
We wanted to explore all of the options that we were aware were available to see what would be the best fit for the Verona School District.
You and Corey Saffold have discussed NVCI.
Corey was at a meeting where we were discussing NVCI as well as the handle with care training. That's correct.
And you recall at that meeting expressing some disappointment, if you will, in the limitations of NVCI.
I don't specifically recall.
You recall suggesting at that meeting that it wasn't perhaps the best protocol for dealing with nonviolent intervention.
I recall that we had asked Corey to take a look at the handle with care training in consideration of the work that our security staff are doing.
And I appreciate that, but your personal perspective is what I'm interested in, if you would please. You believed that there were limitations in the NVCI protocol.
I don't recall saying that.
What do you think as you sit here now?
I think that it is a training that aligns with state statute and our district policy. And it is what we are providing to our staff.
And does it have any shortcomings?
I can't think of a specific thing on the spot, to be honest.
Certainly NVCI does not provide that there is no circumstance in which a staff member is able to engage physically with a student. You'd agree with that?
Can you repeat that one more time?
Yeah, there were some negatives in there. Let
Yeah.
me try to straighten it out a bit. Consistent with NVCI protocol, a staff member can engage physically with a student in certain circumstances.
Using disengagement skills taught by NVCI or the physical restraints taught by NVCI, yes.
I'm not sure I understand the answer, so I'm going to try to ask the question a little different way. One can comply with NVCI as a director of crisis management with the district and still engage physically with the student.
If the staff member is following the strategies that are taught by NVCI for disengagement skills or for physical restraints, then yes.
Now, the NVCI slides that you have here as exhibit number 13, those, or 14, those have not been made by reference part of the policy of the district.
These slides are not included as part of our district policy. That's correct.
These are training materials that you have utilized.
Correct.
Okay. And your training materials, one of the slides references chapter, more than one of the slides references chapter 100.118 of the statutes, right?
Are you speaking about exhibit 13?
Yeah, some of exhibit 13 references chapter 118 of the statute.
That's correct.
And it commits to the judgment of the person in the position of the crisis management director, whether a clear and present danger has presented itself.
I'm going to object. That calls for a legal conclusion.
Well, I'll rephrase it so that it doesn't. Look at your slides, paragraph, or page 2 of your slides, if you will, please. These are the slides that you narrate, right?
I believe it's true that I've narrated this particular slide. I would have to go back and listen to it to confirm. I think some of them were narrated by another staff member, but yes, some of these I have narrated.
Right? Whether you recall narrating it or not, these are the slides you use in training.
These are the slides that were presented to all staff members in August. That's correct.
Okay. And it says, referencing chapter 118 of the statutes, 118.305 sub 2 sub A, that seclusion and physical restraint may only be used on a student at school if the student's behavior presents a clear, present, and imminent risk to the physical safety of the pupil or others, and it is the least restrictive intervention feasible.
That is correct.
And as you trained people, you did train them in the application of chapter 118.
So we provided training based on CPI's NVCI training. And then at the end of that training, I believe it is the last slide of our district NVCI training. We included a slide about our district seclusion and restraint reporting form. And within that specifically, we do talk about some of the legal pieces around the use of seclusion and restraint. That's correct.
And do you understand that Corey Saffold is facing termination in part because of alleged violations of chapter 118? Okay. Now, the assessment of what presents a clear, present, and imminent risk of physical harm is an assessment that has to be made by the person facing potentially the clear, present, and imminent risk of physical harm. True?
That is correct.
And your training provides that that assessment has to be made in the moment by the person who is being threatened.
That is correct.
None of the training says you should not create distance by lifting your elbow. None of the training says that, does it?
I cannot think of any part of the training that says that.
All right. None of the documents that have been provided says that that is absolutely verboten. That is not an acceptable way of creating distance where there is a clear and present and imminent threat of physical force by the student.
Mr. Kasheta, you're just talking about the exhibits that she testified to.
I am, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That is not included.
I want to focus on one of the other points you raised, and that is the risk of doing something versus the risk of doing nothing. You recall talking about that?
I do.
Okay. Now, that judgment, the risk of doing something versus the risk of doing nothing, must also be made in the moment by the person who is being confronted with the threat of clear, present, imminent physical harm. True?
That's correct.
And how deferential are you just trying to get in your own words, your sense. How deferential are you to the judgment of the person who is facing the threat?
I'm gonna object to the form of that question. She's not been called to offer any opinion on either Mr. Saffold's conduct or anyone else's. She's here for the training.
So Mr. Kasheta, are you asking her if she were in the position of decision maker? Or whether the training itself offers an opinion about deference to the individual?
I can rephrase it to put it in the context
Thank you.
of training.
Thank
Thank you. In your training regarding the issue of the risk of doing something versus the risk of doing nothing, do you tell your trainees to what standard they will be held if they take action?
I don't recall that being part of our training.
Do you tell them that they only have to use reasonable judgment?
I don't specifically remember that being part of the training. What is included is the evidence you see here about the risks of doing something balanced with the risk of doing nothing.
And is it your understanding as the trainer that the standard to which the person being threatened is held is whether that person responds in a reasonable fashion? Is that your understanding?
I'll withdraw my objection. Go ahead.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. I'm trying to get to what you understand as the trainer for the district on these issues of nonviolent intervention. Is it your understanding that the person who's actually facing the threat and must consider the risk of doing something and the risk of doing nothing is held to a standard of, I'll say, merely having to be reasonable and not having to be perfect?
Not a specific part of the training. What is in the training is taking a team approach.
No, I do appreciate that.
No,
Please
wait, could
pardon
she
my
be allowed to
interruption.
answer the question?
I'm asking a very specific question.
For the record, she was interrupted.
Okay, to the extent that Ms. Lubinsky, you have follow-up, you can certainly ask on redirect. Ms. Rihanna, sorry, could you please make sure that you are answering Mr. Kasheta's question directly and not elaborate?
I feel like I'm not entirely understanding.
That might be exactly what the problem is,
Right?
Mr. Kasheta.
And that's fine, and I apologize if that question was not clear. I'm trying to get to your understanding as the trainer regarding exactly how perfect the trainee has to be.
Not included as part of the CPI training.
And I appreciate that. But what I want to know is, as you view it as the trainer, because that might affect the way you present the issue when you're training. As you view it as the trainer, do you understand that the person who is confronted with the threat of imminent, clear, present physical harm only has to be reasonable in his response?
I'm an objective form of that question. It calls for a legal conclusion. I don't have a problem with she asking if she trains people on it.
Yeah, so Mr. Kasheta, if we can ask a foundational question first, is that something that she uses as part of her training to determine whether there is a standard? Because she might not.
Let me try to get to it
Okay.
this way. Do you, as part of your training, whether you spell it out or not, take into consideration how or what the trainee has to do when considering the risks of doing something versus the risks of doing nothing?
Do we consider that as part of
Yeah.
the training?
You consider when you're preparing for your training or exercising your training activities, how do they decide how good they have to be in determining whether the risk of doing something or the risk of doing nothing applies?
I'm an objective form. It's vague. I don't understand it.
Mr. Kasheta, are you looking for her to tell you whether she expresses as part of the training the difficulty of making that decision and whether someone has to make the decision based on a reasonable basis or on some other standard?
Yeah, that's basically where I'm going. Can you answer that question?
I'm not sure it's ever been clearly defined on what level of standard that decision needs to be.
So as Corey Saffold is standing on May 18th, 2023, there with a student who is telling people that he's going to whip their asses and leans in and closes the space to next to nothing, and Corey will say bumps into him. He doesn't have guidance from your training regarding that important issue.
I'm gonna object on the grounds that it's vague. What important issue? What to do next?
Do something versus do nothing.
Oh, okay. I think you can answer that. Go ahead.
So I'll refer back to the verbal escalation continuum.
Yeah, we're past
Wait,
that.
no. Please allow her to answer that question.
I'm not asking for the lead up. I'm asking for that point in time where Corey is directly confronted with the student and is perceiving that there is a clear, present, and imminent threat of physical harm. At that point, he has no guidance from his training regarding assessing the risk of doing something versus the risk of doing nothing.
So the decision-making matrix is a tool that we train staff on as part of the CPS.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Lubitsky,
I don't have
help?
anything further now.
Okay, board members, any questions for this witness? You are excused. We are gonna take 10 minutes.
Point of clarification, just as the board leaves the board conversation.
Yeah. So just for everyone's benefit, including the board members, the board members are not going to engage with each other or with any member of the public, with the attorneys or any of the administration regarding this case. Please do not lobby them or talk to them about the information they've already heard. They have more to do and more to listen to.
And board, let's make sure that we also refrain from discussing with each other.
Yeah. Chair, where are they? Is there another restroom? Down.
We're gonna try.
Your next witness?
Very good. For the board's edification, we're gonna call two witnesses who are just fact witnesses who observed and heard some of the events. They should be quick. Kim Griffin, please.
Ms. Griffin, as you approach, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand, please. You sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, and this you do under the pains and penalties of perjury. Thank you.
State your full name, please.
Kimberly Griffin,
And where do you work?
Verona area school district,
What's your job title?
assistant director of special ed with secondary level.
All right. And we heard from Brianna earlier. Is she at the elementary and you've got certain buildings and she's got other buildings?
That's correct.
All right. And are yours, do they include the high school?
That's correct.
All right. We're actually not going to talk to you about that though. Were you present in this hearing room when we showed the video?
Yes.
And while we don't see you on the video, were you in the room that student A and Mr. Saffold entered into?
Correct.
I want to talk to you solely about that. All right. Let's give the board a little context. What were you doing in that room?
So I was subbing.
And were there students in the room?
There was 3 students.
All right. And what were the students engaging in? Was it self-study? Were you teaching them?
So it's called accelerated learning. So they do independent projects for credit attainment.
All right. And so we've got 3 students doing their independent projects. What are you doing in the seconds or moments before student A enters that room?
So I was subbing, but also in conjunction, I had a parent meeting. And so I had earbuds in and was had my screen listening to a parent on the screen.
And so with earbuds in, let me fast forward. Did you have your earbuds in the entire time where what you observed happened in that classroom with respect to student A and Mr. Saffold? Did you have your earbuds in the whole time?
I did. It was a quick kind of deal. I kind of said to the parent, I may need a minute, but yes, I had them in and it happened that quick.
Okay, very good. So with your earbuds in, could you just walk the board through what you observed from kind of the moment student A enters? We saw that on video, to the moment Mr. Saffold exits that room.
Sure. So I was in the room, I was at a desk, 3 students were there working, and the student came in. There was what I perceived to be dialogue, because the student kept looking back at Mr. Saffold. At that time was in the hallway. And then the student was very direct about coming in, came in right away. There was an iPad that was sitting on the desk that I was at, went to grab the iPad. As he was grabbing the iPad, Corey walked into the middle of the room. They were still kind of engaged in a conversation, but I couldn't hear exact words because, like I said, the earbuds were in. Then they stopped kind of in the middle of the room and they were face to face again. And then at one point the student walked out and Corey followed.
Okay. Did you hear with any certainty in your mind that you remember any specific words that were exchanged either by student A to Mr. Saffold or Mr. Saffold to student A? Okay. Did you hear elevated voices?
Elevated and just facial expressions, as far as just the engagement was like no one else was in the room. There was a locked vision between the two of them.
Okay. And at a certain point from your observations, did student A and Mr. Saffold come closer to each other or close to each other from your observations?
Yeah, like you said, at a point there was that Corey was out in the hallway, and then the student was in there getting the iPad, and there was, like I said, a turned head back looking in the hallway. Corey came into the middle of the room, student was heading out of the room. Then at one point they were kind of like face to face.
At that moment when they're face to face, they're still in the classroom you're in?
They were in the classroom.
Okay. And did you see whether there was any physical contact? By that, I just simply mean touching
I
of
did
any
not
sort.
see any physical.
Okay. Did you see the student make a gesture, a grab, a punch, a push, anything from your observations toward Mr. Saffold while they were in that room?
I did not see any of that.
All right. After the student exits, do you see Mr. Saffold exit?
Yes.
And in fairness, what we saw in video, I don't see you in the hallway. So did you personally see with your own eyes the interaction at that happened in the hallway?
No, I did step out in the hallway after, because after that, I paused, I did radio, and then, like I said, I stepped out to make sure. When I got out there, there were already people responding, and I had students still in the classroom.
When you got out there, was student A on the ground already?
Correct.
Okay, so they were not standing up at all. So I want to make sure you did not observe the events that unfolded that resulted in the student being taken or going to the ground. Is that correct? All right. Did you hear any of the verbal interaction between student A and Mr. Saffold that occurred out in the hallway, other than just loud voices? Anything
I
specific?
heard the commotion.
Okay. But again, any specific words that you can recall?
No.
All right, very good. Let me just look at my notes here one moment. Did the student, when he was in that room at any time, do anything to suggest to you that he was a danger to you or the other students in that classroom?
Like I said, they were very focused. It was his eyes barely even came on me at all, although I was sitting here and like the iPad was here. He came in to grab the iPad, was still looking back towards the door and did not make eye contact that I saw with me or if it was brief coming in, and then it was iPad and.
Okay, those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Mr. Kacheta?
Thank you. Ms. Griffin, just very few questions for you. Did you know student A?
I know us to do yes.
He was not in that class that you were conducting at the time that he came in, was he?
I don't believe he is on the roster of that, no.
All right. And he comes in, he doesn't say anything to you. He gets an iPad that's sitting on the desk next to you and he leaves.
Correct.
And do you even know if it was his iPad?
So here's what I know about it is that he has a connection with the teacher that's normally in there. And this is an assumption, and I don't know if I can give that. The assumption is that maybe he was coming down to see that connection of that teacher.
Okay, that's your assumption.
That's my assumption.
All right. And when the student and Corey are closer together, as you described it, I don't mean to mischaracterize it. You remember seeing Corey step back?
Honestly, I don't remember. I just remember the proximity of the two being, face to face.
Can't recall one way or the other.
I can't recall one of the other.
Fair enough. All right. Final area of questioning here. You've had experience with Corey.
Yes.
All right. And he's helped you out, as I understand it, when you've had unruly students.
Yes.
Don't identify the students, that would be improper. But give us a general sense of how Corey has helped you in the past.
I mean, Corey's always been approachable, easy to work with, and I'm able to speak to him about when I need something that he's able to step up and help me.
Have you ever seen him act in a way that you consider to be improper? Understanding whatever skill or experience you bring to the issue of school security, I want your opinion. Can you see him act in a way you consider to be improper in any way?
Not that I'm recalling.
He ever say anything to you that was untruthful?
I don't believe so.
That's all I have. Thank you.
I have
No redirect. Board members, any questions for this witness?
Could I just clarify a little bit distance wise, just to get a sense of, I know you kind of pointed to where the iPad would have been, but just in terms of, when you saw Corey and the student near each other, how far away they were from you in that moment, just to get a perspective of.
Yeah, so I would say where that table is right here is probably the distance of where they would have been.
Okay, thank you, that helps.
Any other questions, board members? Okay, thank you. Attorney
Thank you.
Lubinsky, any other witnesses?
Yes, Mike Murphy, please.
Mr. Murphy, when you get up to the table, please raise your right hand. You sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, and this you do under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you.
State your name, please.
Michael Murphy.
And Mr. Murphy, do you work for the school district?
I do.
What's your title?
Associate principal at Verona High School.
And how long have you held that position?
I believe 14 years.
And,
Seniors in the district.
okay. Can you give a very brief overview of your job duties as an associate principal?
Sure. I work with our administrative team on designing and implementing teaching and learning in classrooms. I work and supervise with our students and staff on a daily basis. I work to design and implement programs that are carried out throughout the course of the school day and after school. And I work with students and families in a wide variety of circumstances.
All right. Were you here in the boardroom when we watched the video of the incident?
Yes.
The gentleman, the good-looking gentleman who kind of put his hand in between, was that you, sir? All right, very good. I want to talk to you about the day of the event. All right, right to it. Okay. So on May 18, that day, what were you doing that first led you to learn that there was that student A was not in a classroom?
Yeah, in fact, right about 11 o'clock, we were finishing a high school, just an administrative meeting, and received a radio call from one of our security personnel stating that there were some students non-compliant in the hallway, asking for administrative support, and specifically named student A as making threatening comments to security personnel.
All right. Did you at that point have any specificity of what the threats, the verbal threats that student A made to security personnel?
Did not.
All right. What did you do after learning of that information?
Yeah, one of our other associate principals who works closely with student A immediately left the space and went out towards the hallway to try and find him. I looked, I consulted because the original radio call was that more than one student was involved. So our security team creates a communication list of students who may be out in the hall that we're monitoring. So I consulted that, looked, and then radioed our admin team at that point, our administrative team, just saying, hey, let's make sure we check the list and keeping an eye out for students. And then at that point, I went out in the hall to assist in finding student A and any other student that may have been kind of with that group.
And then what did you do next?
Yeah, I went up to, so I was following then radio traffic that was talking about that student A was kind of moving from, throughout the building. I went to second floor and stationed myself in the south hallway, kind of so that I could see the bridge and down in the atrium. So rather than try to guess and chase around where the student was headed next, I had stationed myself there to just kind of be a point that if the student were to come that direction, I would be able to intervene.
Okay. What happened next?
So yeah, then I saw, looking down to my right towards the north hallway across our bridge in the atrium, I saw a student that I knew to be on the securities list. And
for clarity, that was not student
not
A.
student A.
All right, keep going.
It was a student that I interact with. And so I knew that where he was supposed to be that period, the class period. So I was going to go and make contact with him at that point and just get him into the classroom, which I knew was on the first floor of the north hallway.
Is that why you then went to the first floor?
Yes.
At or near the north hallway?
We went downstairs, first floor, from second floor to first floor. I followed after him. And when I came down the first floor, down the stairwell and onto the first floor, I took a right, which was the hallway that I knew that student was in. And at that point is when I saw Mr. Saffold and student A coming out of the classroom.
So we just had a witness testify to what happened in the classroom. We saw on video they came out. Is that your first time you have visualized on student A that day? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So now I want to talk to you about, you were obviously there in this interaction. can you just tell the board, to the best of your memory, up until, just pause at the physical contact. What was the verbal exchange between student A and Mr. Saffold leading up to the physical contact?
Yeah, so initially, the student was, basically questioning in an agitated manner, where are you taking me? Where are you making me go? And Mr. Saffold was saying to the office.
Okay.
And then as they walked in closer proximity to me, then, the student was becoming more agitated and saying, like, you can't make me, and then that's where it then became like, I'm gonna whoop your ass, kick your ass, comments like that.
Okay. And what was, do you recall what response, if any, Mr. Saffold made verbally to the comments of, I'm gonna whoop your ass or kick your ass, or both?
Yeah, I think Mr. Saffold just continued to be directive and just saying, you're going to the office. We're going to the office.
Okay, all right. And then at a certain point on that video, we saw steps toward each other. I think we don't have to ask you about that, but I believe I saw at some point you closed the distance toward them and either put your hand out or tried to put your hand out. Tell us what was going through your mind as you kind of begin to kind of walk closer toward them and get your hand out.
Yeah, I could recognize that while Mr. Saffold had been trying to be really directive, continuing to say you're going to the office, that at that point, that especially with a student, that he had become, was becoming agitated and more agitated. And that Mr. Saffold was kind of equaling that energy back. And so I just simply was at that point said firmly the student's name to try to get his attention and put my hand up just to try and kind of again de-escalate and turn attention away from Mr. Saffold.
Okay. And I stated in opening a distance. I'm going to ask you approximately how many feet, in your best judgment, were you before to Mr. Saffold and the student A, before we see you in the video kind of approach them and put your arm between them?
Less than 10 feet.
Okay, all right. And who did you see make first physical contact?
I would say right, I guess it depends. Well, who did I see?
Yes.
Mr. Saffold.
Okay, and was that what I've called in this hearing, the elbow strike? Again, I'm only
Yeah.
using that to describe it. All right. Did you see, and I appreciate it was, quick, but did you see any physical contact that the student made toward Mr. Saffold prior to the elbow strike?
I did not.
And ultimately, when you put your hand in, what was, or in the middle of them, or attempted to do so, what were you intending to do?
I was intending to hopefully getting Davian's attention.
Excuse me.
It's okay, it's all right. Student A, it's
I was
okay.
attempting to get student A's attention to be sure that we just to try and de-escalate.
Okay. Have you in your career as an associate principal have you engaged in students who are verbally dysregulated?
Yes.
Have you had occasion as an associate principal and in your career as an administration to engage with students who are making verbal threats?
Yes.
And at any time have you in all of those dealings, have you struck the student first?
Let me object as being broad, lacking foundation and vague. We'll have to go through each one of those and cross.
Ms. Levinsky, can you be more specific with regard to what it is that you're asking the witness?
At any time when you have been confronted by a student with verbal, let me start that sentence over. You've testified that you've had occasion in your career to be confronted by students who've made verbal threats, correct?
Yes.
At any time when a student in your history has made verbal threats to you, have you struck that student first?
Same objection regarding the circumstances that are being addressed there. That's-
Let's ask a foundational question. Has he struck anyone, any student at any point?
That's fine. Can you answer that question?
Yes, I can answer.
And what is the answer?
No, it's the answer.
Okay,
Okay.
so then the answer to the rest of it would be no.
I understand. Okay. So have you received training in nonviolent crisis intervention?
I have.
And have you had occasion to utilize that training in your dealings with students at the high school? And when you engage with a student who is dysregulated, what are some of the strategies that you use to lessen the dysregulation?
Yeah, I think about tone of voice and just trying not to match energy of tone of voice. I do try to be really directive as to where we want the student, but not to like engage where I'm escalating my tone so that they're gonna, kind of increase their tone or volume. I use posture and proximity. So, as far as posture, not kind of being in that kind of more intimidating stance where I'm like squared up with them, but rather kind of off to the side. And then just kind of that less intimidating posture that I try to carry that.
Okay.
I'm not looking to engage in conflict with them. I'm trying to de-escalate.
All right. Have you had occasion over the course of your career to engage, or excuse me, to utilize a restraint with a student?
Yes.
And in in those prior instances, have you ever restrained a student by the use of handcuffs?
No.
Moving back to the incident that brings us here today. There were some individuals we saw on the screen who came into the picture, or maybe were in the picture. Who were those other individuals, as best you can recall? And I'm talking about school district staff, employees.
Yeah, by name.
Yes, that's fine, please.
Yeah, so security personnel, Vernon Brown, security personnel, Cannon, Mr. Rhodes, also security personnel, Ms. Foster, who is our community liaison and also a member at previously of our security team, associate principal Dave Van Ostrom. Trying to think if there were others. Those are the people I remember off.
And to the best of your knowledge, were any of those individuals in the vicinity or in the hallway and visible, at least to you, at the time Mr. Saffold struck the student with his elbow? So in terms of who was in the hallway, I just want to get because I realize the video only shows what we can see. It was you and Mr. Saffold and the student, correct? All right. And the other security, were they, to the best of your knowledge, were they called after the student was taken to the ground?
Yeah, so once Mr. Saffold and Mr. Brown and I got the students, when the student went to the ground, I disengaged and I actually got on the radio and said we need further assistance in the North Hallway.
All right. If you had been confronted with student A in that hallway, at that time, what strategies would you have used to de-escalate the situation?
Objection, relevance foundation.
I think it goes to the very core of this case.
Ms. Levinsky, you're asking him to render an opinion.
I'm asking him what strategies he would have used to de-escalate the situation, which is part of the charges that are at issue. He's trained in nonviolent crisis intervention. He was there. He had personal knowledge, having seen and witnessed what happened. I think it's highly relevant to talk about what a non-crisis, someone trained as part of the protocol that Mr. Saffold was trained in, what he would have done had he been confronted with the situation that this witness personally observed with his own eyes and his own ears.
Mr. Kasheta, other than relevance, do you have any other basis for your objection?
Foundation.
Please help me understand that.
He wasn't there for the whole experience. He wasn't there in terms of what the radio communications were up to the point where there's the interaction with student A. He doesn't have the same framework in terms of background with student A, and therefore I don't think there's sufficient foundation to give merit to that testimony.
Well, I'll respond to that. He is familiar with student A. He's testified he is. I can lay that foundation if you want without details on student A. That's number one. Number two, he's already testified. They received a radio call. Here's what they were told. And he outlined all of that in his testimony. He clearly has the foundation to testify to what he would have done in that moment based on his training and his experience.
Excuse me. Please. Mr. Kasheta, I think you're going to have the opportunity to cross-examine him on these issues. And so we'll give you a little bit of leeway, but recognize that Mr. Kasheta has already identified some of the concerns he has that your witness will be cross-examined on.
Understood. Okay. You want me to restate the question after all that?
Please.
All right. Having been in the hallway, seeing what you knew at the time, all I was asking is, given the student A and his demeanor and verbal statements as you understood them in that moment, what different strategies would you have utilized to de-escalate the situation?
I think I would have gone back to going back to the NDCI training that we talked about earlier. I think both, my sense is that right away when the student was escalated, again, thinking about stance and posture in proximity, to prevent this as much as possible, the situation from escalating. Similar to Mr. Saffold, I would have been directive and we just need to go to the office. I need to go to the office. And then if the students were to enter my space, again, I would be thinking about stance and posture as well as proximity. So if that student were to enter my space, I would have been looking to then kind of back up and remove myself potentially from, being struck. And then, I think lastly, I would have potentially, upon backing out, and if I was feeling myself becoming elevated, where I felt like my energy was going in a place that I may be escalating the situation, but I'm waiting for and I'm looking for assistance from, a staff member. And I'm simply saying, I need you to help here. Well, I'm going to tap out. That's what we often refer and train on. And it's like, it's okay to tap out in this situation. Say, I need somebody else to step in.
Okay. Lastly, you have worked with Mr. Saffold for, I believe, a few years, right?
Yeah.
And do you have a good professional working relationship with him?
Yeah.
Prior to the incident in question, did you and he get along?
Absolutely.
And did you believe him to be a good employee based on all of your dealings with Mr. Saffold?
Yeah.
All right. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Mr. Kasheta?
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Murphy. Tell us how big student A was physically.
I mean, he's a big guy.
What would you guess his approximate weight to be?
I'm bad at estimating weights, but I'm gonna say 215.
How tall was student A?
6, maybe under 6 foot, 6 foot.
To that testimony you gave about what you might have considered doing. In fairness, you don't know what you would have done confronted with the same situation without knowing everything that led up to it, do you?
I've been in similar situations with students that are heightened in high school age, and so that's been my previous response. But in this given situation, I would rely on only what I've been trained to do and what my previous situations been. So.
Yeah, and are you saying that regarding this specific situation, then you really can't say exactly what you would have done? That's fair, isn't it? Okay, and you can't say that if Corey Saffold had done something different, it would have ended differently, can you?
You do, but
Repeat the question?
yeah.
You're not here to say, well, if only he had done something different, anything different, this would all have ended differently. No one can say that, can they?
Can we please be quiet? The witness is having trouble hearing. I'm having trouble hearing, which I know means the board is having trouble hearing. They are here to do a job and they cannot hear, which means they cannot do their job. Thank you. Mr. Kasheta, I'm sorry.
Thank you, thank you. Did the board hear that answer?
I don't know. I
Okay,
did not.
I'll ask it again. Thank you. And in extension on that prior question regarding, you don't know what exactly you would have done. The second question in that is, you don't know with any certainty what might have happened if Corey Saffold had done something different. True statement? Yeah. Now, student A was aggressive. We could agree on that. Student A was verbally expressing an intent to harm.
Yes.
Student A was non-compliant with verbal instruction to go to the office.
He was rebutting, but he was headed in that direction.
And then when Mr. Saffold follows him, he stops. Right?
I don't know who, I don't recall who stopped first.
Okay, I'm going to ask to show the video momentarily, but
Sure.
for the moment, you don't recall who stopped first or what that scenario was.
Yeah, I know that they both stopped.
All
I
right.
don't recall who stopped first.
At the point where there is any physical interaction between Corey and student A is not heading to the office. At the moment where there is physical interaction between Corey and student A has just leaned in to Corey.
Correct.
Now, your training in NVCI tells you must take threats seriously.
Mhm.
Yes?
Perfect.
And Corey was being threatened by student A at the point where his elbow comes up, was he not?
Object to the form, calls for speculation.
The witness can answer whether he believed that Mr. Saffold was being threatened. If that's the question to you, can you answer that question?
Certainly the language was threatening and the posture of the student was threatening, yes.
Okay. Now let's, if we can, Dan, if you wouldn't mind, please, can we cue the video to the place where Mr. Murphy comes on the scene? And while you're doing that, so that I'm not wasting time, let me just ask a few other questions here. The student A, had been wandering the halls of the high school for more than 2 hours by the time this event occurred on May 18th, right?
That I don't.
You don't know how long the student had been non-compliant with requests to either get into class or go to the office?
I don't know the exact time for that now.
Well, what is your understanding? And I appreciate, I respect you don't know the exact time. I'm just trying to get your understanding. What is your understanding of how long that student had essentially been resisting or rejecting security orders, directions that either go to a classroom or go to the office?
I don't have a sense, like in the administrative meeting, class would have started probably approximately 10:30. This occurred at 11 o'clock, so I would assume that, you know, there was a period of 30 minutes, but I don't recall a specific radio conversation, or there wasn't any direct communication to me about this student.
You just raised an issue I was going to ask you about. As I understand it, at the time before 11 a.m. on May 18th, 2023, you were in an administrative meeting. And you weren't really closely monitoring your radio at that time because you had other business to attend to.
Yeah, probably true. Yeah.
All right.
I
But you do have access to a radio that provides you with all of the security traffic, do you?
do.
All right, and so just to be sure I understand clearly what you're saying about this, you really can't tell us when the traffic began regarding student A's misconduct, not going to class, not responding to orders because you were in a meeting. Do I have it right?
I can't tell you because there's a lot of radio traffic that goes on during our day. I wear an earpiece and I usually don't turn it off during meetings. I did hear the call when it was the call that at 11 o'clock that said we need admin support to help engage with this.
Okay, and thank you for that. Now, before we get to the video, and we will momentarily, as the associate principal, do you have an obligation on the spot when you become aware of rule violations to take action against rule violations?
Yes.
All right, if you perceive a staff person,
Sorry. Can
Oh,
you
I'm
re-ask,
sorry.
someone was talking and I
Okay.
couldn't actually hear the,
Thank
can
you.
you re-ask the question?
I will,
I
thank
did
you.
not hear.
Sure. Mr. Murphy, do you have an obligation when you become aware of a rule violation to take action to stop the rule violation?
Yeah.
Okay, now let's turn to the video, and thank you, you've queued it up exactly where we want to. Now, what is your best estimate? Here you are in the lower right-hand corner. What is your best estimate of the distance between Corey and student A at that point, if you can tell us?
2 feet. A foot. So you're asking?
As much as a couple of feet?
Between the boy and the student,
Yeah,
probably it looks like probably about a foot.
okay. That's your best estimate.
Yes.
And you say at that point, you're 10 feet away?
Yeah, I'm less than 10 feet.
Well, if you're around 10 feet away, that's a lot more than 2 feet or
I
a
think
foot separating.
He
it,
said,
isn't it?
he said it's less than 10 feet.
Less
That's
than
what I
10
heard.
feet. Oh,
Yeah, I think we've got some acoustical issues going on.
Yeah, I apologize. What is your best estimate, please, Mr. Murphy, of how far away from Corey you are and student A you are in this frame?
Okay, how far I am away from that?
Yes, please.
Probably 4 feet.
All right. Now, if we may, please, Dan, just go forward slowly by frame until Mr. Murphy comes in and reaches out. Well, let's please stop there. All right, Mr. Murphy, you're still standing back, right? And if you had seen a rule violation by Corey Saffold at that point, would it be your obligation to reach out and say, Corey, wait, and call him off?
Yeah.
I had heard at that point, and again, this is happening much faster than slow motion video.
Yeah, that's my point. Corey has to make his
Just let the
decisions.
witness answer the question.
Oh, I thought he was.
He
you
was
want to say
not,
more
no.
on that? Go ahead.
I was simply, as this is happening, I am, again, Corey was saying, I need you to go to the office. And that's, and so in about a frame is then when I interact.
I appreciate that, but my question, sir, is if at this point where you're standing back, if you see a rule violation, you would take steps to address that rule violation if one of the staff people was violating the rights of a student or violating the rules of the school or statutes.
At this point right here, I felt like Corey was in that
Ma'am,
moment.
please, sorry, hold on one second. This is gonna take a lot longer if you guys keep interrupting. Please, let Mr. Kasheta do his job. Go ahead.
In that moment, as I walked onto the scene, and again, and I felt like Corey was being directive, and it was beginning to escalate.
Okay, all right, Dan, if you please, until Mr. Murphy reaches out, please. Now, let's stop there. And I keep telling you, go until he reaches up, but I never let you. I apologize. But here, you're still standing that distance away, and now you would agree with me that what we just saw was student A steps forward.
Right.
And look at their stomachs. Look at where that is. Now, you're behind Corey, kind of, aren't you?
Yes.
And so you can't tell us from your vantage point that student A doesn't bump into Corey there. You can't say that, can you?
I cannot.
All right, so when you said you didn't observe physical contact by student A, if I'm correctly understanding you, what you are saying is from your vantage point, you couldn't see.
I couldn't see it.
Okay, now, does this inform you? Look at this now, reflect on what you saw. Don't our eyes tell us that student A just bumped into Corey?
It does.
And Corey is pointing, which is consistent with what you're saying, that Corey is maintaining his directive tone, go to the office, right? Now, Corey has not stepped in here to student A. We saw that together, didn't we?
I object to the form of the question. It's vague as to time. Because Corey did step into student A just 2 frames before. So it's vague as to time is my objection.
Mr. Kasheta, if you can ask it as in terms of what he's looking at right here.
The point that leads up to the frame we're looking at was not because Corey stepped into student A. It was because student A stepped into Corey. Do I have it right?
Object to the form. Calls for speculation.
The witness can answer the question.
Please.
In the frames we've looked at right here, the student stuff.
Okay. Now, Dan, if you would, please, a few more frames. Now, stop, please. Student A has stepped forward even more into Corey's space, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And you're standing without movement at that distance, whatever it is, from the two of them, right?
Yes.
Are you saying anything at that point?
I think if you were to rewind it and you catch, that's right about where you actually see my mouth move and I say student's name.
You said the student's name. Okay, and thank you. We're not saying the student's
Right.
name, but I appreciate what you just said. All right. And does the student, when you say the student's name, does the student react?
Does not.
Did you say anything more before Corey's elbow comes up?
I believe, if memory serves me right, then I said his name as I was going in to put my hand in.
Did you say his name multiple times, or you think you said his name once?
For sure, once the timing of this, and I've seen this on video, is hard to tell.
Okay, fair enough. All right, let's please proceed if we can. Now stop, please. You had a choice to make here, didn't you? You could have reached out and grabbed Corey's arm if you thought he was violating NVCI training and said, Mr. Saffold, tap, to use your term. I'm taking care of this now as the associate principal. If you thought the NVCI rules were being violated or the statute or the policy, you had the right to do that, didn't you?
Yes,
And you didn't. What you did is you reached out and you grabbed the student, didn't you?
right.
And you're the best person to observe this situation because there are only three of you right there, right?
Yes,
And if you had observed a violation of policy, procedure, NVCI training, state statute, chapter 118, if you had observed any of those things, wouldn't you in good faith have tried to stop it?
I think I did try to stop it. I tried to interrupt the interaction that was occurring, and the fact that we have Mr. Saffold, who I trust in his abilities and his training. I felt like if I could interrupt the student in that moment, that would be the best situation to just de-escalate the situation.
Did you think about grabbing Corey's arm and saying, Corey, tap out, which you could have done?
I did not think about that. I was thinking about, again, de-escalating the student and giving Corey the opportunity to back out.
Okay. Have you seen the still frames of this part a few moments later? I don't want to represent that we've got a still of this exact frame, but have you seen the still frames that have been marked as exhibit?
I have not.
Okay, let me ask you to take a look at them, please.
Mr. Pichette, are you done with the video?
I'm not. I'm going to
Okay.
go back to it in conjunction with this.
We don't have to keep looking.
We did.
I mean, I just tried to
Thank you.
make sure.
No, you
Okay,
don't.
thank
I
you.
appreciate it. Yes. Look, if you will, please, at exhibit 11. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's 11. And this is the exhibit produced by Attorney Levinsky, not me. Okay. Do you have it, sir?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Now, take a look at the second and third pictures. And the camera doesn't move, right? The camera is fixed in the ceiling.
Yep.
And your position is right there. It looks like you're not moving. When I look at it in relationship to the wall behind you, do you see that virtually vertical line?
Yep.
It lines right up with your head in both frames, doesn't it?
Yes.
Now look at Corey's head in the first frame, the second page of exhibit 11. And compare it to Corey's head in the second frame, third page of exhibit 11. Are you with me? Nope. He's moved backwards, hasn't he?
I object to the form it's vague. Has his head moved backwards?
Yeah, his head is moved
I don't
backwards.
have an objection to that question.
Mr. Murphy, the question is, do you see his head moving backwards in the pictures that you're looking?
Mr. Sackle's head is, yes, has moved backwards.
You know, that's enough. I can deal with the other questions with other witnesses. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Levinsky?
One area of follow-up, thank you, I'll be quick. You were asked questions about the, why reach out to the student? Why put your hand toward the student rather than Mr. Saffold? It's the only area of redirect I have. And I just want to ask you to tell the board in your own words, why you did not, why you put your hand toward the student, said the student's name, rather than put your hand on Mr. Saffold and said Mr. Saffold.
Yeah, again, I think, Corey, Mr. Saffold is a member of our team. And not only a member of the team, but as is our director of safety and security. I think I and our entire administrative team, certainly value and lean on him. When it comes to safety and security measures, I knew that he had training. I knew that he had been in situations. I was looking to interrupt the student in the circumstance, instead of interrupting Mr. Saffold.
Did you expect that Mr. Saffold would follow his training and use the techniques that you talked about in your original testimony when I asked you questions?
Yes.
All right, those are the questions I have. Thank you.
Mr. Fischetta,
Nothing, thank you.
board members. Any questions for Mr. Murphy? Yes.
I do have a question. There was a question I asked, who made the first physical contact? And the immediate response was, it depends.
It said, and what I see, because my perspective, as
Fischetta.
as alluded to, from my perspective, where I was standing, I did not see any physical contact. However, in doing the video, I see, the contact in kind of the lower half.
Any other questions?
I have one just quickly. I think I heard you say that at one point, Mr. Saffold was kind of matching the energy from the student. Could you elaborate a little bit more on what that means? Was that in the words he was using, or in the tone, or in?
Yeah, it was more tone.
Okay.
Any other questions, board members? Okay,
May I follow up on a board question?
sure.
Please, just one. Did you ever hear Corey swear at the student, even though the student was swearing at Corey?
I did not.
Thank you.
Ms. Levinsky?
I don't have follow-up.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Murphy. Any other witnesses, Ms. Levinsky?
Yes, I have two more. Chad Weezy, please.
Mr. Weezy, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, and this you do under the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you.
State your full name, please.
Chad Weezy?
And what are you, do you work for the district?
I do.
What's your job title?
I'm the deputy superintendent,
And how long have you held that position?
2 years now.
Can you give just 30-second or 1-minute overview of your job duties as the deputy superintendent?
I oversee district operations, including the budget, safety and security, essentially all things outside.
Hold on one moment, please. I'm going to interrupt you. I would, this is really important. It's important for administration. It's also really important for Mr. Saffold to have a full and fair hearing and have the board hear the evidence.
I appreciate that, Ms. Levinsky. I'm going to reiterate, the board has not made a decision yet tonight. The board needs to be able to hear all of the evidence, which includes the direct examination that Ms. Levinsky is requesting, the cross-examination that Mr. Fischetta is requesting, and then when it's time for his case to be presented, Mr. Fischetta will provide direct examination, and Ms. Levinsky will have the opportunity to cross-examine. If you cannot be quiet, if you have to say something, leave the room and have a conversation, please. Let the board do their job. I implore you. Thank you.
I'm going to start that question over, Mr. Weezy. I realize you started to answer. Could you provide the board a brief overview of your job duties as the deputy superintendent?
Sure, I'm second in command in the school district. My daily duties include oversight of district operations, including safety and security, food service, transportation, facilities, our budget. I work closely with Rochelle on human resources matters.
Very good. I want to briefly go through a little bit of your job history. You've worked here for a few years. Where did you work prior to coming to Verona?
Yeah, I was a science teacher at East High School for the first 7 years of my career, starting in 1998. And then I spent a decade at LaFollette High School, where I was a dean of students and assistant principal, and eventually a principal. After that, spent some time in a couple of different roles, directing and managing operations for the Madison School District.
In any of your prior employment before coming to Verona, did you head security at any of the schools you worked at?
Yeah, at LaFollette, I was the lead administrator in charge of 5 security assistants that we had there, both in my duties as a dean of students and as an assistant principal.
Okay. One other area I just want to cover with you briefly. First of all, do you supervise, are you the direct supervisor of Mr. Saffold?
We're very close with Cory.
And
Contact with him almost on a daily basis, yes.
and so you've worked with him for a few years here and have regular frequent contact, right?
Certainly.
Can you describe for the board your prior working relationship with Mr. Saffold?
Yeah, Cory and I had essentially a 24/7 relationship here with the district, and there were times both during the day, on weekends, and at nights. We would consult with one another on district security matters. I often joked about having a mobile office here in the high school, and when I had moments free, would find my way down to the atrium to touch base with Cory. Also had standing meetings with Cory to continue to help support his work.
And did you have a very good professional relationship with Mr. Saffold prior to these events?
I believe so. I thought very highly of Cory's work.
All right, very good. Wanted to get that through that. Also, you know, there was some testimony earlier. I'm not going to go through it again about nonviolent crisis intervention. And I just, as Mr. Saffold supervisor, I got to ask you, is Mr. Saffold subject to the same board policies, the same handbook provisions, the same behavioral expectations as other employees?
Yes.
Does he have any separate rules that apply to him because he's the director of security?
No.
Is he required to comply with the district's training with regard to nonviolent crisis intervention?
Yes.
Is he required to comply with state statutes with regard to restraint and seclusion?
Yes.
All right. At any time, have you given for Mr. Saffold, you know, kind of a different standard for his interactions with students who may be escalating?
Yes.
Have you given him a different standard than others to comply with because he's the director of security?
No, I would say Cory's put in those positions more often.
Sure.
But we still expect him to abide by the same standards.
Very good. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about your personal history for a moment. How long have you worked at total number of years? How long have you worked at either as a teacher or administrator in a public school?
You're aging me. I think I'm 25, 26 years in.
Very good. And over the course of that long career, did you have occasion to come into contact with verbally dysregulated students?
Certainly. I don't want to say countless, but I would say hundreds of times in my time, either when I was working closely in schools. Yes.
All right. And would that all include students who are making verbal threats?
Undoubtedly.
All right. In any instance, let me try it this way to help with the anticipatory objections. Have you ever struck a student first?
No.
Have you ever elbowed a student? Is it in your training, your education, your history, your training, ever appropriate for a staff member to strike a student first because they are verbally screaming, yelling, threatening, saying anything verbally?
Yeah, I think that the last part of your question is the important part, but
Please explain.
I don't think we'd be in this room if Cory had made a decision to back himself out of that situation. I've never been in a situation or seen another staff member that is in a situation where a verbal altercation leads to a staff member striking the student. I've been part of dozens of times, and I know Cory has too, where a verbal altercations or verbal threats lead staff members to put their hands on students, but not in a manner that we're striking them, in a manner that we're potentially restraining them to keep them safe and others safe.
And in that regard, with regard to restraint, right? You're familiar, obviously, with the non-crisis restraint methodologies that we heard about earlier in this hearing, right? And in any of your training, anywhere, have you been trained that an appropriate method to take a verbally dysregulated, maybe a threatening student to strike them with your elbow?
No.
All right. Now, I want to just talk to you a little bit about the administrative recommendation. Okay, so you have in front of you the binder. Could you turn to tab 1? Ignore the cover letter and go to the second page of tab 1. Do you see at the top statement of charges?
Yes.
And you can peruse through it. I know you've read it previously. On the page 3, there are various conclusions as to whether Mr. Saffold's conduct on May 18, 2023 violated the referenced policies, handbook provisions, etc. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Do you concur? Strike that. I need to lay the foundation. Were you actually part of some of the investigation that occurred in this case?
Yeah, portions of it. Corey texted me that, I think probably moments after the incident happened that we had, a higher level incident that occurred at the high school. I came right over and sat through some initial interviews that Rochelle was part of, and we had the Verona Police Department here as well, and ended up having the follow-up interview that Rochelle referenced with Corey.
All right, and you were at the interview with Corey.
I was.
All right, and after Ms. Haiti completed her investigation, did you confer with her and discuss with her the information she gathered as part of her investigation?
Yes.
And did you believe you had a thorough and complete understanding of all of the facts you needed to formulate conclusions in this case?
Yes.
And in the statement of charges, we see the conclusions. And my question is, do you concur in the conclusions outlined therein that Mr. Saffold's conduct violated the referenced policies, handbook provisions, etc.?
I do.
And then I want to take you down to the recommendation at the very bottom of page 3 of Exhibit 1. There is a recommendation from the superintendent of the Verona Area School District to terminate Mr. Saffold's employment and terminate his contracts effective immediately. Do you concur in that recommendation? Why?
I quite frankly have gone through this in my head now for the last few months. And again, spoke to the high level of the fact I had recorded. And still do. And I feel in this instance, we, our team, and certainly in my opinion on this matter, couldn't come up with another conclusion. That to send a message to our community that this reaction and action by any staff member in our school district is appropriate. I frankly don't think would be the right message to send. We wouldn't want to see any Tory staff members or any of our other school staff members handle an incident like this. That it's not if it will occur. We work in a public high school with a couple of thousand kids. It's when it's going to occur, and it could easily happen on the first day of school and maybe. I don't want to be back in this room answering questions again around adult actions that I believe could have been prevented.
Okay. I need to do some housekeeping matters. I would be willing to entertain a stipulation by counsel. I would like the witness to just authenticate the contracts as he is Mr. Saffold's supervisor, and then authenticate the policies and handbook provisions. I can go through them one by one.
Nope, I agree, they are what they are.
Thank you. Let me look at my notes. One moment.
Thank you, counsel, by the way.
Yeah, that saves a lot of time.
Appreciate it.
Okay, as Mr. Saffold's supervisor, and in his position involving, in essence, head of security, I know his title is something different. Is that a position with which you as his supervisor need to have a high degree of trust and confidence?
Certainly.
Explain.
As I mentioned, I would say of any of the staff members that I work in the school district with. And oversee, Corey's in the top 2 or 3 people I have regular contact with. Corey is also in charge of, quite frankly, the most important thing in our school district. Providing a safe and secure environment for all of our learners is kind of the foundation that this place has to rest on. And if that doesn't exist, if we don't have systems in place and use sound judgment in moments of crisis, that foundation starts to crack. So I have to have the utmost trust toward Corey, and I've certainly had that.
And I have one last follow-up area on that. During Corey's interview, which you were at, correct?
Yes.
You talked to Corey about, why he reacted in the manner he reacted. And do you recall him referencing, these are my words, but basically his law enforcement training?
Yeah.
All right. What did Corey say? What is your best memory of what Corey said in that interview concerning how long it would take him to get that training out of his head?
Yeah, I believe you referenced years, additional years that would be necessary that reality would be ingrained into his training beginning.
Did that concern you?
Yeah, it did. I actually believe my response to that was that we aren't police officers here, we're educators. And that wasn't the reason we were in Rochelle's office, but because of that reaction.
Were you aware that Mr. Saffold had handcuffs?
No.
As his supervisor, did he ever approach you and ask you if it were permissible for him to have handcuffs? Right. That came as a surprise then when all of this unfolded? Okay. Let me just quick look at my notes. Could you just briefly turn to the tab 11? Those are the proximity shots.
Yeah.
In all of those shots, in fact, in the still frame before Mr. Saffold brings his elbow up, do you see physical space between the two?
And those 3 shots. I didn't.
Thank you. And then to anticipate a question, I need to ask you this, and I failed to ask, so it's a little out of order. At any time when you were interviewing Mr. Saffold, did he tell you and Ms. Haiti that the student made contact with him and that's why he reacted with the elbow strike?
No, Corey shared details of, I believe, even either being spit on from the closeness of the proximity in terms of the student talking. I did not mention that his reaction was related to any type of physical interaction.
And did you give Mr. Saffold during that interview with a full and complete opportunity to share with you his side of the story, basically what the circumstances were that led to the actions we see on the video?
Certainly, I believe we had a very full understanding of what was going on with the student prior and what led up to the events. Yeah.
Okay, all right, those are all the questions I have, Mr. Weezy. Thank you.
Mr. Pichetta?
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Weezy.
Oh,
During the interview, Corey did communicate that he believed that the student was about to take a swing at him. He did tell you that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And whether he said that the student bumped him or whatever he said, you don't have with you this evening any notes or quotations or any kind of recording of what Corey said, do you?
I don't have notes with no.
But you do have a recollection that Corey indicated that he thought at the point where he used his elbow, that physical force from the student was imminent.
Yeah, he certainly shared that he felt threatened.
Now, I want to zero in on this issue of educators and Corey's role as it relates to other employees of the district. I want to be sure I understand you correctly. You know that obviously Corey is not a teacher. He's not a licensed teacher.
Certainly.
All right, and his role is to maintain as peaceable an environment in the school as possible, right?
Yes.
And sometimes that requires him potentially to use force.
Yes, yeah, I think that potentially is true, and I think it certainly has happened, yes.
And in that respect, is he the same or different than somebody who's a classroom teacher, for example? Do you expect them to use force to subdue students?
There are certain classroom teachers that are put in that situation more regularly than others, depending on their student caseload. As I stated before, I would say our security team and Corey are most often potentially put in that spot, probably with a close second from our administrative team that's here.
But a classroom teacher confronted by an unruly student is expected to call security.
Yes.
Okay. And how many staff members at the high school are authorized to have a concealed carry permit?
None that I'm aware of other than Corey.
That makes him fundamentally different than everybody else at the high school, doesn't it?
Objection argumentative.
I'll rephrase it. Mr. Weezy, you do see a difference between a staff member who is armed and others, all of the others who are not. You do see a difference, don't you?
I don't know if Corey being armed is necessarily where I would see the difference. Corey has the only position in the district that is the director of safety and security. And it is put in high tension situations on a fairly regular basis that up to this point, Corey handled amazingly well, where I got to see him both work with both parents and students to de-escalate situations that were headed in an escalated direction. And as I said before, I would say Corey and our security team are unique to this school district. But they're all educators. I would consider our custodial staff and our food service staff educators the same. And again, come here every day with really that promise and that commitment to make sure this is a safe place to go to school.
I appreciate what you're saying, Mr. Weezy, but my question is the fact that Corey is authorized to carry a concealed weapon makes him different than every other staff member in the school, doesn't it? You recognize that or no?
Certainly.
Yeah, and what happens? You were the head of security previously, you told us. What are the risks presented to somebody who's got a concealed weapon if an aggressive student who is threatening to knock them down and who is big, 250 plus or however many pounds Mr. Murphy estimated, what is going to be the risk that you understand is presented to that person, that staff member who's being threatened by that student and could, with one punch, be laid out and have that weapon exposed? What's the risk you see?
Yeah, I would say there's more risk in that scenario. I guess that would make it makes Corey's actions in terms of confronting the student the way he did, stepping into the student, not allowing Mike to step in and back away, all the more concerning, quite frankly.
Wait a minute, you're saying you think Corey Saffold prevented Mike Murphy from stepping in?
No, I'm saying I'm saying we all wouldn't be in this room, in my opinion, if Corey would have taken 2 steps back instead of a step forward.
But that is not the standard by which you judge whether you're going to recommend the termination of his contract, is it?
No, I think we're here because he ended up throwing an elbow into the student. And I wish that had never happened.
Yeah. And let's go back to the fact that he's got a gun and he is in a position where a student is threatening to strike him. And he believes the threat. And the student has, now we've established through Mr. Murphy, stepped into him and bumped him. What are the risks you understand that are presented If he gets knocked down and that student gets the gun, what are the risks?
I'd say the risks are obvious. We don't, students being on school.
Yeah. And now, does the fact that the student, after the student was knocked down, bit his thumb so that he needed healthcare, suggest to you the student's intent to do harm?
An objective calls for speculation. I don't think he can speculate on the student's intent.
Mr. Reed, can you answer that question?
Yeah, I think the melee that followed Corey throwing an elbow, it's hard for me to speculate whether or not that student A being involved in that was directly correlated to threatening language.
Okay, let me ask another. We know this with certainty. When the student was at a place where the student was trying to be subdued by Mr. Murphy and by Corey and by the other security personnel came up quickly, the student didn't just say, okay, the student fought and in fact inflicted an injury to Corey. We know that with certainty.
That's true.
All right. Now I want to understand what you were saying. I made notes. You said that if I understood you correctly, correct me if I'm wrong. You said that one of the reasons you recommended or agreed with the decision to recommend termination was because of the message that you would send if you didn't, right?
I think that is, that's a factor that Corey is responsible for leading this work for us district-wide and needs to be an exemplar. The district needs to be able to trust that putting Corey in these situations, along with the training he would provide for his staff, is in line with district expectations. This specific instance was not in line with district expectations.
You didn't recommend further NVCI training for Corey because of the incident,
Because of this incident?
right?
No, we did not.
You didn't consider other shorter progressive discipline type action because of this incident.
No, I believe we're here tonight because we believe his actions are worthy of termination. And that if there were progressive steps that could have been taken that we felt were warranted, we wouldn't be here.
Notwithstanding your great respect and regard for Corey, right?
Love him. Haven't hardly got a full night's sleep since this has happened.
Notwithstanding the good history he had with the school up to that point.
In my opinion, we're talking about, 4 minutes of a bad decision. This action crossed the line.
What weight did you give before concurring in the recommendation to terminate for the fact that this gentleman had provided good service to the district, handled difficult situations? We've heard from some witnesses about the assistance he provided them. What weight did you give to that when considering whether to recommend or concur in some shorter progressive discipline?
Yeah, that was certainly considered. I don't have an exact weight for you.
You can't describe it beyond saying it was considered.
Yeah, I can't get into more detail. If there were a litany of other concerns we had for Corey and had him on a progressive discipline plan, that's a different conversation than we want to have today. This is a incredibly major incident in the school district. And as I stated, not one that I ever want to relive again. I don't want this to ever happen to another student or another staff member that's part of the school district.
Did you give some thought when you were considering the messages you were sending in terms of recommending or concurring with termination? What message you are sending the security people regarding the potential that they will be second guessed when they use their best judgment?
No, I believe we will continue to expect our security assistants, just like we do Corey, to use the training that's provided for them and at all costs, de-escalate a situation like this so it never occurs.
At all costs.
Um,
That's what you said, right?
I-
Okay, that's all. I got.
Wait, let the witness answer.
I just asked if that's what he said. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I said previously, and it's an unfortunate part of our work. That there are times that, our staff members have to, put hands on students to keep themselves safe. And others safe, and I would be naive to say that's never gonna happen again. And creating distance and, lowering your voice is going to be perpetual for, all of these situations. But I can tell you that I don't believe that this should ever happen in our school district.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Kowalski?
Very small area. One question you were asked that I got to follow up. You were asked, well, did you submit Corey for additional training? And that's the only area. Since this incident, has Corey either been on administrative leave or a suspension?
Yes.
Has he returned to perform work for the district?
No.
And thus, has there been any day from the date of this incident through today that Corey has been put in a situation where any training that he might have received would have been implemented?
No.
That's all I have.
Mr. Kacheta?
Yeah, please. Yeah, I'm not certain what you just said. You're not saying you could have, you're not saying you could not have provided training. You're not saying that, are you?
I believe Lori said there wasn't an opportunity because Corey hasn't been, acting as our security director since the time of this incident.
Okay, but you,
I think you're kind of asking the other end of that.
yeah,
Is an option. Would an option be available if Corey was still employed with us to provide additional training to make sure that this didn't happen again? And the answer to your question is yes.
thank you.
Board members, any questions for Mr. Weezy? Yes.
Just have a point of clarification. You indicated at one point that, Mr. Saffold was put in higher stress situations. And, I was wondering if that is accounted for in the PCI training, or if there's other training that accounts for the fact that those higher stress situations, are different than what you said classroom teachers might find themselves in.
Yeah, and I think I can speak to this from my own personal experience from doing very similar work to the work that Corey did at a local level at high school. Where Corey's put in the position that that day he was sent to intervene to an escalated situation and put in that situation quite often. That it should and had been part of Corey's fabric to take that situation and de-escalate it. And it's my opinion that the regular nature of that work actually makes you better at it. And I think you heard Mike talk about that. And I can also tell you that, yeah, certainly, I, even in my tenure here, have supported Corey attending different state trainings that continue to fill out his ability to do his role in his current capacity. Corey also authored a fight prevention protocol that I actually don't think was super applicable here. That was intended to identify times where a couple of students might be escalated to the point that our security team or Corey or other trained staff members felt that need that, all right, now's the time to go and we need to wrap our arms around a student and remove them from the situation to prevent a fight that may happen. And Corey was put in those situations quite often. So in many ways, it was both a classical sense of training, but also the fact that Corey kind of lived this every day and handled these situations quite well.
Any other questions, board members? Okay, thank you, Ms. Levinsky. Mr. Weezy, you are done. Do you have any other witnesses?
I do. I would request just a brief recess.
Sure.
We just need like 5 minutes, 10 minutes tops. Restroom
Anyone
break.
Need to go to the restroom? Okay.
Yeah, it's about that time.
I think we all. That seems, yeah, okay, but nobody is going to talk about anything. Thank you. Hey, Ms. Levinsky, do you have any further witnesses?
One further witness.
Okay,
Dr. Tremaine Clardy, please.
thank you. Dr. Clardy, as you are walking up to the table, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand. Do you sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, and this you do under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you.
State your name. What is your title or job, position with the district?
I'm the superintendent,
And, how long have you held that position?
2 years.
And could you very briefly overview your employment history in the field of education?
Sure. Teacher, science teacher for a number of years, dean of students at a high school, assistant principal at Harlem High School, middle school principal in the Madison Metropolitan School District, and then a central office member before coming over to Verona School District.
Approximately, how many years have you worked in the field of education?
About 25.
All right, very good. We're here today as a result of the incident that we've talked about. You've been present in the hearing room the entire time, correct? You've been present in this room
Yes,
for the most part. You might have stepped out, but you've heard the testimony.
yeah, I've heard this.
Okay. Couple foundational issues before we get right to your recommendation. Do you have a working, prior to the incident, did you have a working relationship with Corey Saffold?
Yeah.
Explain to the board, the nature of your relationship and you know, how you viewed Corey.
Corey's great. You know, when you think about the director of security, I think previous testimony heard you safety beyond outcomes is, you know, the most important thing that we do. So, you know, work with Corey, you know, not only just a great professional, great dude, great, I shouldn't say.
That's okay.
Great person.
That's all right. You had a good relationship with him.
Absolutely.
Prior to this incident that we're here to discuss, did you have trust and confidence in his ability to do his job?
Absolutely.
As the superintendent of schools, you are in fact the lead administrator in the school, right?
Yeah.
Talk to the board a little bit about you know, the degree might be the wrong word, but do you need to have trust and confidence in your director of security?
Absolutely.
Why?
Again, when you think about the safety of staff and students, I have to make sure that, you know, it's great decision making, you know, responsibilities, make sure that, you know, every child gets home safe and trying to do that on a daily basis. That's a huge responsibility. So you need somebody that you can trust to do that. And frankly, up until this like one moment in time, I didn't think there's anybody better at it.
Does Corey, as the head of security, have responsibility to supervise subordinate members of the security staff?
He does.
Does his behavior, would you expect that his behavior would be a model for those that he supervises?
So
Do you have a sense, if you don't know the numbers, I won't quiz you. Do you have a sense for how many subordinate security staff members he supervises?
probably get that one wrong. I think the high school team is about six-ish, seven. And then we have a middle school teams as well. There has been some flexibility where, depending on where support's needed, flexibility between high school and middle school. So not ever a consistent number in one spot.
All right. Before we get to the charging document, as part of your history, 25-year history in education, have you had occasion to engage with a student who is verbally escalating?
Absolutely.
All right, was that, and I recognize as a superintendent, you're at central office, but back when you were at a building level, assistant principal, dean of students, et cetera, was that a somewhat frequent, did you frequently come in contact with students who were verbally dysregulated?
Absolutely. So, you know, when you're a dean in a high school, that was all I did for 5 straight years.
Yeah. And as part of that work, could you just explain, well, have you in your past received nonviolent crisis intervention training?
Yes.
And can you just explain in your own words what strategies you have utilized in your personal history when you have been confronted in situations where a student is verbally aggressive or threatened?
Yeah, the biggest piece is the de-escalation.
You have to be able to use a strategy to de-escalate the student, also make sure that you keep the mindset that you're the adult in the situation, and you have a developing mind that's approaching, and, you know, developing in a way that's, you know, I'm not sure everyone here raised a teenager, not developing in some very unique ways. And so you have to keep that in mind, that the anger while at you in the moment, there's often a root cause underneath that you have to keep in mind as well.
All right. What are some of the strategies that you've been trained and utilize when you have in your personal history been confronted with a verbally aggressive student?
Biggest thing there is to keep tone control, you know, trying to make sure that you keep your voice that doesn't, you know, cause reciprocal. If I raise my voice, then student will raise their voice over top of, and it becomes more argumentative than actual trying to solve situations. So just kind of keeping it right at a tone, and I'm more monotone anyway, so yeah, you just kind of keep it at that level space. But if a student senses that they're getting you elevated or escalated, that they're kind of winning that situation.
All right. What about physical proximity to an escalating student? Talk about what you've utilized in your experience in terms of changing or alternating proximity.
Yeah, you want to make sure that you're keeping distance, you know, so there's not space for, you know, a strike or anything of that nature. When you're still going face to face, you know, we use and maybe aging myself, it was called an L position when I was trained, where you try to stay at a slant to students, so there's not this consistent appeal of threat both for yourself and for the students.
All right. And in your training and experience, when a student is verbally aggressive and steps toward the staff member, steps toward you, what are the strategies that you can use to de-escalate the student stepping into you?
Yeah, there's two ways you can do it. You can do the step back, but still maintaining eye contact. You're not going to turn your back on the student and walk away, of course. Or it's called blading. You blade left or right to make sure you're open your body position, so you don't have that direct face-to-face contact.
And the word blading is, you know, I think of knife blades, and it's probably just me, but are you referring to the positioning of your body?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so instead of blading, just blading to create a slant angle or angle in your body.
Okay. In all of your interactions in your history with students who are verbally disruptive, did you ever strike a student first?
No.
I want to talk to you about what brings us here. You have in front of you a binder book. Could you turn to Exhibit 1? You can ignore the cover letter and go to page 2. Are you familiar with the statement of charges that are pages 2, 3, and 4 of Exhibit 1?
I am.
And are they a statement of charges that you adopt and support?
Yes.
All right. I want to go beyond just the policy provisions in the handbook and go right to the conclusion. So page 3. There are conclusions A through F, all of which involve a claim that Mr. Saffold violated the reference policies, handbook provisions, etc.
Yeah.
Based on your review of this matter and your knowledge and the circumstances of what occurred, is it your opinion that Mr. Saffold violated the various, again, policies, handbook provisions, etc., that are outlined therein?
That's correct.
And I know you've been sitting through this hearing today, but prior to today, did you were you briefed with regard to the district's investigation?
I wasn't.
And did you take time and care to satisfy yourself that you had all of the facts and circumstances that you needed to formulate conclusions?
Yeah, probably took longer on this one than I've done in any case.
Why is that?
A lot of leaking cord, you know, really a lot of leaking cord. So, yeah, and it was, you know, it's hard. It's hard, not that, you know, like a sympathetic heart, but we talk about someone who just brought so much value to our district and to our profession. You want to make sure that you understand every possible scenario and make sure that you understand every nuance. And at the same time, I just have to put into the space, I'm responsible for Corey, I'm also responsible for the student. And so I have to make sure that I'm also recognizing the human side of the student as well. And so that's the position as superintendent is, that you're responsible for both.
All right. Having sat through this hearing today, and heard everything you've heard, does your opinion change? Has your opinion changed at all as to whether Mr. Saffold violated the policies, handbooks, et cetera, that are outlined in the conclusions?
No, the conclusions haven't changed. There's one piece of small information that I heard for the first time today.
But what is that?
That was the statement that I apologize, I don't know if it was from say your name again, sir.
Kasheta, but I'm the only one who pronounces it that way.
Go ahead, Kasheta.
You got it.
Okay,
Kasheta.
Attorney Kasheta, where none of the statements that were quoted from Corey in the past, or none of the documentation had an allegation of a student making a contact first.
Okay. So tonight was the first time you heard an argument. Well, that's not fair. You heard possible evidence that the student made physical contact with Mr. Saffold first.
Correct, and that's reading Corey's statement. And Mr. Saffold, yours, right? Yeah.
Yes, not a problem. And to be clear, part of your investigation, strike that, part of your review included an understanding of what Mr. Saffold had relayed in his interview with Ms. Hattie and Mr. Weezy, correct?
Correct.
All right. And at no time, at least until tonight, did you understand Mr. Saffold to be making a claim that that the student had made physical contact with him first? Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. With that, and I appreciate that notation, but with that understanding in mind, does it remain your conclusion that Mr. Saffold violated the reference policies, handbooks, et cetera, handbook provisions that are referenced there?
The policy violations, yes, will still stand.
All right, very good. Were you aware that Mr. Saffold had handcuffs in his office?
No.
Do you condone, or have you ever condoned the use of any school staff member restraining a student with handcuffs?
No, I can't. It's against policy.
Okay. With regard to the strike, if you could just turn to exhibit 11, there's some still frames. Can you just confirm for me that during the still frames, there are 3 that we see, that there is physical distance between student A and Mr. Saffold during those frames?
Yes.
All right. Want to go back to your charges. At the end, there is a statement in the charges that it is the superintendent's recommendation that the board take action to terminate Mr. Saffold's employment with the district and terminate his contracts effective immediately. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that in fact your recommendation to the board?
Yes.
Why?
Well, in my role as superintendent, you have to think about multiple scenarios and play those out. Again, I'm responsible for staff. I'm also responsible for students. And I have to determine if the students' rights were violated as well. And again, I have to make sure that that we humanize, which quite honestly hasn't been done in this situation. Has not. We say student A and we say size and we say all that stuff. It was still a child. And I have a responsibility to make sure that I represent students, and I also have a responsibility to make sure I represent staff. And so that is a situation where, when I looked at not just the biggest piece, and just showing across the examination, the biggest piece is the elbow strike.
Understood.
The elbow strike is the biggest piece that I have right now. I also have to make sure that if this is not the recommendation, what is the likelihood of the same situation happening again? And what I need to know from Mr. Saffold would be, this was not the best decision to use an elbow strike on a student. Okay, and none of his verbiage that he provided in the investigation notes indicated that he would recognize and know that if I put him back in the same situation again, that I would not have another student receiving an elbow strike, because simply that can't happen under any circumstances.
What can't happen under any circumstance?
An elbow strike to the head.
No circumstances,
There's not a certain, you cannot throw an elbow at a student.
okay? All right. So you were referring to why are we here? Why are you and your team, in fairness, recommending termination? You talked about, looking at it from the child's perspective, the staff's perspective. What else did you consider in terms of making the decision to bring this recommendation to the board?
I guess I'll open up and just place. Corey's really good at what he does. He's really, really good at what he's putting us, and he's no matter what happens, he's a good human being. And so I took a long time in looking at, was the elbow strike justified? And was the elbow strike justified? I also, in the statement has already admitted to this, that we know that there's no situation where Mr. Saffold should have stepped into the student. That shouldn't have happened, but that's been acknowledged as well.
And when you say that's been acknowledged, are you referring to
Yeah.
his statement in the
Statement in
investigation?
the Investigation, sorry.
No, that's okay. Continue.
So, and looking at those aspects, so we're really narrowing it down to those things, and then taking them, and then what policies were violated. I have one boss in our whole organization, and our boss is board of education. I have to look at our policies and determine, were policies violated, what were the totality of those policies, and did bring recommendations. Were policies violated or not, while also looking at all the circumstances that went to that. I don't want to keep going back to it, but I do I have not seen a justification or both in video or in documentation of an elbow strike to a child's head. Again, that cannot happen in the school.
Okay. Is that a serious infraction? In your opinion?
Yes.
All right. Now, Attorney Kasheta had asked, I believe it's been a long night, Mr. Weezy, questions with regard to progressive discipline. And I want to ask you this, why not? I'm going to ask you two more questions. Why not recommend a lesser discipline to the board?
It's a great question. And it goes back to a second piece that I brought up earlier. I have to be confident. We're an organization that serves students. That's what we do. And so if we're going to put someone back in a situation where they're going to continue to serve students, I have to make sure that same action won't happen twice, because then I'm accountable for it, because I knew it the first time, saw it, didn't take action for it not to happen again. I have to know without a shadow of a doubt that Mr. Saffold would not give another student available. That and be able to do that. And so in his in the statements, again, the investigative note statement, I may have publicly said, yes, I have to respect that. There has not been any indication in that verbiage that I would not meet that action again. So I have to take that into consideration, that if you come back, is there a scenario where we are going to have dysregulated students? We serve almost 6,000 students. We have, and that's just real. We're going to have dysregulated students. So I can't guarantee that there won't be a dysregulated student for Corey to interact with, but I do need to make sure that all of our students don't receive the action that occurred for water.
And one more just follow up on that, and then I'll get to my last point. Did Mr. Saffold's statement during his investigatory interview that it would take him years to kind of unlearn that kind of COT training? Was that something that you considered?
Yes, yeah, we can't wait years, for training, especially you're talking about when you're going back reasonably soon if you were to come back to the organization. So it couldn't be a situation where it could be years. So again, when we refer to, I have to know for certainty that an interaction similarly, that I would not be put in a situation to get for a student to get struck, and especially an initiated struck with a no. And it was an elbow strike, and we have to just name what it was.
And you don't have that certainty right now, do you? That he wouldn't do it again?
I need to know, you know,
Okay, fair enough. Now that leads me to my last point. Should the board decide not to terminate Mr. Saffold's employment, I want you, in your own words, to explain to the board, you know, kind of how you would, you as a superintendent, how you would be limited and perhaps what you might do if that were the case.
I'll make sure you hear your question. So if the board were to decide not to terminate.
Correct. Assume they decide Corey comes back for lack of. Okay, what kind of position does that put you in, and what might Corey's role be?
That's a good question. So I think I would initially work, have him in a situation where he's doing systems, not directly contact with students. And that's also hard in a service of students or organization. But I would have to know that the things that I witnessed on video would not occur. So that would have to be the immediate move. And then, you know, there's continued training, there's continued working supports until I had a sense of reconfidence that a situation that played out again, it would not reoccur.
Okay, all right. Is there anything else you want the board to know?
No.
I think we've covered it. I have no further questions.
Mr. Kasheta?
Thank you. Dr. Clardy, good evening.
Good evening, how you doing?
Fine, thank you. Are you telling the board that you have profound concern regarding the presence of handcuffs in Mr. Saffold's office when you know he's authorized to carry a gun?
No, my concern is that, you know, there should have been some awareness that between Corey and I, we have a good enough relationship to have a conversation that I knew that was there. So I felt that should happen. Then I could have also made sure that you understood by policy, you cannot handcuff a student. So there was to be an awareness there. So it's more of the ability to make him aware that you can't use them and ensure that he does not use them on a student. So the presence of them, you know, I think like in finite, is that the issue? Is the actual use of it?
Now, I've looked through all of the policies and the PowerPoints that council has provided, and I don't see anywhere that says you cannot use handcuffs. Did I miss it?
Yeah.
Where does it say you cannot use handcuffs?
I use the book.
Do you have
Can you
exhibits there?
reference the exhibits? He's asking you.
Oh, yes, you may reference the exhibits, yeah. Just tell me which one you're looking at for reference, please.
All right. I'm looking at Wisconsin statute. Oh, sorry. Yes, Wisconsin statute 118.305.
Exhibit numbers, sir?
It's under exhibit 1 on the second to last page. It states. The covered individual does not use mechanical or chemical restraint on the pupil. None of the following constitutes the use of mechanical restraint. So in essence, you can't use a mechanical restraint on a student.
Did you read that to be that if there is no circumstance in which you could use any mechanical restraint on a student without exception? Yes, sir. Did you read that to be that there is no circumstance in which you could use any mechanical restraint on a student regardless of circumstance?
Yes.
Okay. Another topic. You talked about the likelihood of it ever happening again. How many years has Mr. Saffold been employed by the district?
2019. So 4.
And in 4 years, this has happened one time where his elbow struck a student, right?
Since I've been here since 2021, so in my time, he's not starting. Yes, I have not known him to elbow strike a student.
Yeah, and you hadn't heard that before you arrived, he'd ever done it back to 2019.
Correct, I've not heard that.
Does that give you some insurance that it's not going to happen again, given the fact that you have this high regard for him and it hasn't happened before?
It's more of the fact that I need to know it moving forward.
And there's no way that you afford to 4 years of good service and it not happening before?
I think my answer still stands. I
Okay,
need to make sure that it doesn't happen moving forward.
all right. Did I understand you correctly that it can never happen that the elbow of a security officer contacts a student? I mean,
My
let us
exact
wait.
statement was you cannot do an elbow strike on a student, which is different than elbow contact.
Thank you. I'll rephrase the question. I appreciate that. Did I understand you correctly to say that you can never, as a staff member, do an elbow strike to a student, as we're calling it, an elbow strike?
Can you do an elbow strike to a student? No,
Never.
no, you cannot elbow strike a student.
All right, then you didn't need an investigation to come to the conclusion that this was a terminable offense, because all you needed to know was that it was an elbow strike, and that was the end of your inquiry, wasn't it?
No, that was not the end of it.
Except you understood that you had to assess the totality of the circumstances and determine whether the conduct in the totality of the circumstances was reasonable.
Correct.
But you brought to that analysis this adamant knowledge that an elbow strike is a terminable offense. It can't happen, didn't you?
A elbow strike is an offense that cannot happen in any school organization.
Okay, final area. I understood you to say, correct me if I'm wrong, that you made a recommendation that they terminate Corey's contract. But if I understood you correctly, if the board decided to keep Corey on, it would be difficult for you, but you could accommodate that.
Yeah, we get to work.
Thank you. That's all I've got, sir.
And I just have one follow-up in that regard. When you said, yeah, we get to work. Would it be work, at least immediately? Would it be working with students? That's all I have.
Mr. Pichetta?
I beg your pardon. I didn't hear that. I apologize.
It's not working with students.
He would not be working with students if he was returned. That was the only question. And he
I
answered.
apologize. Yes, that's fine.
Board members, any questions for Dr. Clarity? Okay, thank you so much.
Administration Russ?
Thank you. Mr. Pichetta?
Thank you. We call Kyle Weatherly, please.
Oh, leave that there. Thank you.
Mr. Weatherly, thank you. Raise your right hand. Do you sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, and this you do under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna just stop you right now. If we could keep the chatter to a minimum, the board members have already told me on the break that they're having trouble hearing. If you need to speak, no problem. Just go outside and come back in when you're ready. Thank you. Mr. Pichetta.
Thank you. In that regard, please keep your voice up as you're answering questions, because it's not a microphone and it's harder to hear. So we'll shout at each other for a short time, okay? Tell us your name, please.
Kyle Wilson,
And where do you reside?
Wisconsin.
Did I offer you an opportunity to appear by Zoom here remotely?
Yes.
And you're here in person. Why is that?
Well, let me tell you a little bit about the history of how I got here.
Okay,
Hold on. Wait, Mr. Pichetta gets to ask the questions and you get to answer the questions he poses to you.
First time.
Okay.
well, you just gave me a hit. Tell me a little bit about how you.
Very good.
So I stay off Facebook quite frequently, or try to as much as possible, but I was on there on Sunday and I saw that Corey posted a statement from his attorney, presumably you, I don't remember who. And it said, it talked about this incident. I knew nothing about it. I texted Corey and said, hey, I don't know what's going on here, but if you need me to come as a character witness, it's the easiest thing for me to do because of my time serving with him. And let me get back to how I know Corey.
Mr. Kachetta, do you have a question for Mr. Weatherly?
Here's one. How do you know Corey?
We were appointed at the same time to serve on the UW Board of Regents, Corey as a non-traditional student regent and me as a 7-year regent. Which I'll take this opportunity to be very clear. I'm not here as a regent, nor am I here representing the UW system. I'm here only to share my experience serving with Corey and knowing him outside of the Board of Regents.
I've asked you to come here as a character witness, and I want you, because various members of the board know Corey in different ways. I want you to share your experience with Corey and tell the board about your perspective on Corey's public service, on the kind of person he is.
You know, I always thought he must not be that great at his day job because he's so committed to being a regent. He's so committed to being a student. And I come here today and have sat here for the last 4 hours and heard how exceptional he is in his day job. And I'm walking away even more impressed. At the same time that he was exceptional by all accounts that I've heard at his day job, he was exceptional, in my opinion, as a regent. But he was also exceptional as a student, as a non-traditional student. I have occasion to work with lots of student regents. Corey distinguished himself, even among, arguably one of the most selective positions you can get within all UW students for service to the UW and the service to the state.
Give us an example or two of what you've seen Corey do that distinguished himself in the manner you've described.
The Odyssey project is the first that comes to mind. He was a tireless advocate for expanding the Odyssey project within the UW system. He is a member of the Odyssey project. And it had a profound effect in getting him into UW Whitewater and getting him on the path to an undergraduate degree and then beyond. And his first priority as a regent was figuring out how to expand the opportunity that had enabled him to get where he was. Whatever the opposite of pulling up the ladder was, he was trying to widen the ladder, and he was tireless in his advocacy for students that had similar life experiences to him.
What is the Odyssey project?
It is, Corey's gonna be very upset at the lack of quality of my answer to the description, but it is a program here in Madison that gives kids the opportunity to start school, not necessarily at UW Madison or UW Whitewater, but you start school off campus in a more directed environment for non-traditional students that traditionally struggle in a large campus like Madison or even a campus like Whitewater.
Talk about Corey's temperament as you've observed it, interacting with him.
He is, and frankly, just like everyone I've come in contact with regents, incredibly even-tempered, incredibly thoughtful, incredibly prepared. I would say he distinguishes himself only by the fact that he fits in so well with a group of who I find to be incredibly even-tempered and inquisitive and thorough individuals.
How long have you known him?
Since the Board of Regents, so 3 years.
You ever seen him lose his temper?
No.
You ever seen him act in a way you thought was angry, out of control, that kind of thing?
No.
Can you tell us anything else about his concern for children, education, youth?
Yeah, I distinctly remember in between a meeting, we went and grabbed dinner. And it was at some bar off of the Capitol. And we were sitting there and it was the first time that we actually got a chance to get to know each other outside of the meetings. And it was my first time to ask him, ask him a job, because I didn't really know what it was. I knew that he was a former cop at Madison, and I know he worked security with his school district. I didn't even know which one. I remember he spent 30-40 minutes talking about all the stories of him working security, but there weren't stories of this bad student or this bad situation. The stories that he chose to tell me were stories of de-escalation, stories of him taking a bad situation and having it resolved as peacefully as possible. I don't remember the specific story, but there was a story that involved a gun that I remember processing it as, I can't believe that was resolved in such an amicable, non-violent manner. So the stories that he chose to tell me that night when I was asking about the job, the stories I presumed that he was most proud of, were stories. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Weatherly. That's all I have.
I don't have any questions.
Board members, any questions for Mr. Weatherly? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Kasheta,
Thank you. We call Parnell Hughes, please.
Mr. Hughes? Whichever way. Don't trip, please. When you get up to the table, if you can raise your right hand for me, please. Do you sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, and this you do under the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you.
Please tell us your name. Keep your voice up if you will, please, Mr. Hughes. I appreciate it. How are you employed?
Security assistant at Baton Rouge.
How long have you had that position?
I had late in the school year.
Tell us about your formal education, if you will. And once again, please keep your voice up nice and loud. It's a little hard to hear.
My formal education and my formal employment.
Your formal education, if you will.
I have some college. And I still have some college.
What training do you have in security?
I've been MBCI trained. Corey does another training with us, like it's like a refresher. And I've worked as well in another district.
Was Corey your direct supervisor on May 18th, 2023?
Yes.
You recall that morning dealing with a student that we're referencing as student A. We are not going to use that student's name. Yeah, you know who I'm talking about. Okay, just tell the board, if you will, please, your perspective on what happened that morning.
So, it was 3 students, not just one. It was 3 students going in the halls. They were wonderful. While me and another staff member approached the student and like redirected them to another to the 3rd floor, to another staff member's office, like just another place to like go get out of the halls, go calm down, maybe help the redirect yourself back to class. I would say less than 5 minutes, getting a radio call. I hear the radio call about need support and help about student A. Threatening whoop staff, do harm and all this and cussing. One time, me and the same staff member that directed him up there got up to the 3rd floor. We could hear him, but we can't see him. He's making threats like he's gonna whoop everybody, yay. You gotta be a loser to get his job, like making threats at the security assistant that was there. And when we finally see him, he's still making the threats, walking towards us. But he's like tongued out. And I believe both of us tried to like approach him, like, hey, what's going on? He was just calm, what's going on? And he just walks past us and walks towards another staff member, but he's still cussing and all that. And I know I approached other student that was with him, because one of the students wasn't there anymore, so now it's just 2. And when I approached that student, the student was like, I don't know why he's acting like that. I don't know what just happened. So I heard another staff member tell him to go down to the 2nd floor, meet him down there. And after that, I didn't see him again until like it was all done.
You used a word I want you to clarify for us, please. You said he was tunneling, did you say?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Like you're talking to me now, or you're talking and I'm just staring at these guys. Like they're not hearing or reacting to anything I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't want detail here. I just want a yes or a no, if you will, please. Had you had prior dealings with student A? Had you ever seen him act that way before?
No.
Did you have any concerns when you said he's cussing, he's threatening? What concerns, if any, did you have?
When I first heard it, I was concerned that he was gonna attack a staff member upstairs. And then, I wasn't too concerned about his threats, but I think he was just going to, I need to look at it, but.
Do you know how long student A was wandering around on the morning of May 18th, 2023?
Not personally, no, I've heard people say it's been a couple of hours.
Oh, hold on.
Okay. Hold
He
on one
doesn't know, he
second.
doesn't know.
If he doesn't know, yeah, thank you.
To your knowledge, how long was he wandering around, as far as you know?
First
First,
the class period,
I beg your pardon?
for at least the class period.
Okay, class period being an hour?
Yeah. Over, yeah.
Okay. And is there anything else you recall about that morning?
With, student
Yep.
A, and he was just wondering and he was all right, the point, but none I can think of like right now on top of my head.
Okay. How did you get on with Corey?
Like, on the radio or on the show?
I'll clarify the question. Tell us about your relationship with Corey Saffold.
I didn't meet Corey until I started here.
Okay. And in your experience with the district, do you have any information about Corey's reputation in the district?
I mean, he's well respected. I mean, I always thought he's always calm, cool, collected. It's like strategic on what he does. I like him as a boss. I mean,
Have you seen the video of the interaction between Corey and student A?
Yes.
Now, if we've heard testimony from Mr. Weezy regarding sending a message, that part of what this is about, as he testified, is sending a message. If Corey is terminated by the board, what message is that going to send you as a member of the security force?
Message me to make me feel like at any point, I can use this message. Makes you feel understand.
What are you likely to do the next time a student confronts you with the threat of force? If you know that Corey Saffold is terminated this evening?
Call for an AP right away. Call for an AP, call for the sport.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Ms. Levinsky?
Yeah, just a few. Is it Hughes?
Yes.
Mr. Hughes, I just have a few questions. It's my understanding you just started with the Verona Area School District in the position you hold in approximately March of 2023, is that correct?
Yes.
So as of the time of this incident, you had been employed in a security position for the school district for about 2 months, give or take. Does that sound about right? And you did not know Mr. Saffold prior to starting work here. And so, but you did have occasion to work with him for about 2 months. All right. At any point, do you have any employment history with regard to working in security involving students, or was this your first job?
Yeah.
What prior employment in terms of working with students and security do you have?
MMSD, I was family engagement, also did SEA work, para work, and military, I was also security there as well.
All right, very good. So you've got some experience. You said you were you received nonviolent crisis intervention or NVCI training. Is that correct? And were you in the hearing room when Brianna testified concerning the nature of the training that she gives in Verona? Were you in the hearing when she testified or no?
I didn't train with them.
Okay, I understand. You received training in a prior position, is that correct?
Yeah.
All right, and a lot of the training that you've received, I suspect is similar in that you've received training to try to have an awareness of how to de-escalate situations, right? And one of the many things that you've been trained to do when a student, well, let me back up. As part of your work history, I'm assuming you've dealt with escalated students, right? Part of your job as security to deal with students in schools who are dysregulated, right? And in dysregulation with students, right, who are not adults, from time to time, I'm assuming you probably had situations where students have made verbally threatening statements, right? I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna whoop you, whatever the words are, verbally threatening harm, right? Identify any time in those circumstances that you used an elbow strike on a student, please. You've never done that because you would never do that upon a verbal threat of a student, right? All right. Now, with respect to the student at issue, and if I have my facts right, you're going to correct me. Did you have some familiarity with student A? Okay. So
Yes, somewhat.
fair enough. So let me lead you. Your familiarity with student A was on the job with Verona. Is that right? Okay. And I'm gonna not go to the next area. That'll be something for a later point. So if I heard your testimony after student A passed you cussing and verbally threatening, as you've said, the student A walked to a different hallway and you didn't see him again until after the events we saw in the video. So you were not present when the physical interaction between student A and Mr. Saffold occurred. And you don't know what their verbal interactions were that led to that physical interaction. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Mr. Kasheta?
I might just have one moment, please. Think so. If you thought that a student was just about to strike you, that the student was telling you he was going to whip your ass, and he moved his head in and was inches from your nose, would you, based upon your training and your experience, see that as a circumstance in which you could reasonably use force on that student?
Yeah.
Say it louder, I didn't hear.
I'll probably put him in the hole.
Put him in a hold. Okay, thank you.
And I have one follow-up. A hold, an elbow strike is not, based on your training and experience, an authorized hold, is it? All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Board members, any questions for Mr. Hughes?
Yes. Let me know if you do not know this, but I'm just wondering, is it common procedure, when someone is kind of tunneled out, as you said, to not escort them to another level? I'm just trying to understand. You said you told the student to go to another level. Is that common policy and procedure that you kind of tell the student where to go in the high school and an adult does not escort them along?
So when you was told to go upstairs, they were calm. It wasn't escalated at that point. And then when we went back past, when he was telling them, another staff member walked down with him. They were
Gotcha.
with him.
Thank
And
you.
then they have a crisis team that actually engages with these kids.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Any other questions, board members? Okay, thank you, Mr. Hughes. Mr. Kasheta?
Thank you. We call Corey Saffold, please.
Saffold, please watch the
Was the court.
boards. I don't want you to trip. And when you get to the table, if you can raise your right hand, please. Do you sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth? And this you do under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Kasheta?
Thank you. Please tell us your name for the record, and once again, please voice nice and loud for us, please.
Sure, my name is Corey Saffold.
And tell us a little bit about your background, where you grew up, what your childhood was like.
Grew up in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. My mom is actually here. My childhood was one full of music, I'm a musician. Full of church. That's what I do. I play at church now. I moved to Madison, right around 2000, and I became a security assistant at Madison West High School. I got that job as a stepping stone because I wanted to be a police officer. So I worked that job for about 3 years. And I got hired by the City of Madison Police Department. During my 10-year career with the City of Madison Police Department, I served as the school resource officer at Madison West High School. So I went back to West High School. And in that role, I started the Black Student Union. As a part of the Black Student Union, we toured historical Black universities and colleges. We pick an area, for example, Atlanta, we visited Morehouse, Spelman, we visited Clark. And during that time, you know, there were students that were not exposed to education that made the decision to go to some of those schools we visited based on that trip. So as a part of that trip, I started, or as a part of raising funds for that trip, I started the High School All-Stars versus Cops basketball game, right? It's a way to raise funds for us to be able to go on this trip. Our first game was right after Tony Robinson incident. You remember that? We thought about canceling because we didn't know what to expect after a tragedy like that. But my relationship was so strong with the students that they still wanted to have the game and wanted to make it more of an honor in his name. So I spent time on the Madison Police Department, and I'll fast forward. There's a lot to talk about, but I'll fast forward to today. But I just want you to know that as a police officer, I was recruited by the Verona Area School District. I did not ask to be here. I was in line to be detective. By now, I would probably be district captain, according to my plan. But several of your staff recruited me and said, hey, we see your philosophy on policing the school. We see how you carry yourself at Madison West. Would you consider coming here? And at first I said no. They were persistent and asked again, but I thought, you know, why not? I'll do something different. I'll leave policing and take that passion that I have for students and protecting people and protecting schools and bring it here. And since I've been here, you've heard my friend, Mr. Weatherly, state I was appointed to the Board of Regents for 2 years to serve as a non-traditional student, where I chaired the Student Appeal and Disciplinary Committee. So I sat on committees like this, determining the outcomes of some of our students. And while on the Board of Regents, I fought for access to education in all of its forms: scholarships, online programming, non-traditional programs like the Odyssey Project. I'm a firm believer in adults continuing and pursuing their education like I did, and creating avenues for that to happen. While doing that, I served as the Director of Crisis Management, Safety, and Security for the Verona Area School District, where I was proud and am proud to be a staff member, where I tirelessly worked and was innovative and came up with all these creative ideas to keep your students safe. It's something I took great pride in, still do, keep your students safe. And so that's a little bit about me. It's a lot, but I'll stop there.
Tell us about your experience with the Verona Area School District. When did you start?
In 2019.
And what was your role when you began?
When I began, I was the security coordinator.
And take us through the various changes in your responsibilities up to May 18, 2023.
Sure. So as the security coordinator, I really came in to manage more emergency management. So right away, I was responsible for ensuring that tornado drills, fire drills, and things like that were in place. My direct supervisor went to a different job because he was Director of Safety and Security. Then I took the Director of Safety and Security position and took on more responsibility and more decision-making. And then when Dr. Clary came, and then I was Director of Crisis Management, Safety and Security. So I'll back up a little bit. At some point, while I was director of safety and security, we hired a security team at my recommendation. Another reason why Verona recruited me is at the time that I started, there were a large number of fights, uncontrollable fights. And I came and I assessed them and I created systems and I put things in place. The security team was one of them to stop having these chaotic fights in school. And as a result of those efforts, and many of you have seen this or heard this in the news, there was a more than a 90% drop in police responses to the school as a result of the different systems and mechanisms that we put in place to prevent those things from happening. And then I became director of crisis management under Dr. Clarity, and just continue to expand the security team. Now the security team is more of a responsive security team where there are times when a school would call and the security team member would go and respond to that. Any school would call, we would go and we would do various things to make sure that our students and staff are safe. You said leading up to May 18th, I'm sorry, I'm taking a long time.
That's okay.
So what's interesting about May 18th, I'll put a time frame on this as long as put a time frame on it yet. It was about 2.5 hours of me listening to the radio about a student running around threatening to whip security's ass or threatening to whip staff ass. And those are the words that I remember. I know it was about 2.5 hours because I remember starting my day at the start of school. I was setting up some iPads in my office, minding my business, trying to get a new visitor management system set up, getting us more technology so we can look cooler when our visitors come in. But this radio kept going off. And I have a team. I'll let my team deal with that. It was the tone that I heard in the voice of my security assistant, Quentin Cannon. He had a tone in his voice that as a security person or an officer, when something is escalated and when something doesn't feel right. And I don't remember the exact word, but he said something to the degree like he's trying to fight me. That's when I made the decision. And then after that, there was other security. Then security was radioing for help. Amazingly, at no part during this time did an administrator or did anyone under me, or not, I'm not gonna say under me, the administrators are not under me, but other people go to assist. And now I see why. Mr. Murphy said they were in the meeting. So I get it. So I made that decision at that point to go and intervene. I actually did not know who the subject was then, who the student was then. When I went up to the second floor, I kind of inadvertently this is because I thought security following me. And him and another student, and I said to him, I said, hey, we need to go to the office. No.
Are you talking about student A now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and there were 2 students when you initially interacted with them?
Yes.
All right, do this if you will. Take us from that initial contact, tell us all about it, right up to the point where the video starts. And then we're going to use the video and have you walk through what was happening from your perspective. Do you understand what I'm asking you to do that?
Yes, start when I first made contact with student A.
Yes, please.
We'll watch the video. Sure. So I actually made contact with student A on the second floor, actually, first, along with other students. I told my security assistant, Alan, you walk with the other student. I'll go with student A. And I told student A that he needed to go to the office. Student A immediate response, fuck you, I'll beat your ass. That was his immediate response. Okay, let's just go down to the office, is what I told him. And so we're walking.
Pardon my interruption again. I do apologize, and we'll let you get right back to it. But I want to understand your tone.
Sure.
We've heard testimony about tone as best as you can, understanding that you're here in a boardroom instead of in the hallway. Say it like you said it in terms of your tone.
So I said, hey, you need to go to the office. And my hand gesture was like that, and I kind of said it in the same tone I'm explaining to you now. You need to go to the office. His response,
was fuck you, I'll beat your ass. I responded by saying, hey, Alan, man, just walk him, I'm gonna walk him down to the office. So I'm telling my other security assistant, never even responded to him just saying he's gonna beat my ass. I said, okay, let's go to the office. So we're walking, he's walking down the stairs. The office is a great distance from where we are right now. So I am following him to ensure that he's actually going to the office. We walk down the stairs, I'm walking behind him. At this point, I'm not really saying much to him. I can hear him mumbling and saying different things, continuing with some of the threats that he's made. He walks into a classroom.
Is
And-
that on the film? Is that what you're talking about now?
Yes.
Okay.
Come to the video.
Let's, if we may, Dan, if we could start the film and you know, if we start right at the beginning of where the film is, where we see Corey and student A coming toward us. And then if it's possible, so that we can facilitate this and move it along, if Corey's able to just move the video, that would be ideal, rather than me saying, stop, start. I just want you to walk through and tell the board what's happening.
So start of this video.
You can start right at the beginning of that video, if you would, please. Yes.
Hold tight. I think we want the other video.
The full length.
Oh, yeah.
This is a snippet. You
Correct.
want to start when they come into visual.
Thank you. Yeah. And it's the one where his face is blocked out. There you go.
This one's gonna be harder to step through, but should I, if you just use the space bar to start and stop.
Okay, all right, just use the space bar to start and stop.
Oh, I got
But I think that would be, if it's okay with the
That's fine.
board, I think that would be most efficient.
Problem.
Good, okay, otherwise I'm gonna say stop and start and go back. You just take it and tell
Okay,
us what's going on.
So you see us coming down the hall. At this point, I'm not really saying much to him. I'm allowing him to walk. Because he is walking in the direction of the office, and but then he walks in a classroom. It's important to me at this point that he goes to the office, and so it's not a matter of oh, you know, all of this stuff has happened, you know, for more than 2 hours, but no, I get to go to class. So just wanted to like to point that out. And so I go, I'm letting people know where we are. I stop to see kind of what the intention is, that I go in and I'm reiterating like, no, we need to go to the office. You made some verbal threats toward, you know, staff. And I realized that Ms. Griffin had earpods in, but while we were in his classroom, he repeated to me, I'll beat your ass. Fuck you gonna do? I'll beat your ass. I'll whoop your ass. Repeatedly said this to me. And I wanted to be clear that I believed every word he said. Every time he said he would whoop my ass, I believed him. Okay. And there was one point in this room where he said that to me, and he said, what the fuck you gonna do? And he stepped right into me. And at that point, I did take a step back. I know I took a step back because I took my glasses off because I feared that he may punch me. And I'm new to wearing glasses. I'm getting older now. So I just did not want that feeling of getting hit with glasses. I don't know why it makes a difference, but that's what I was thinking. So I did take a step back and I took my glasses off because I did fear getting hit at that point.
Let's talk a little bit more about foundation before we go on with the film. How big are you?
I'm 6'3".
And how much do you weigh? I'm sorry for asking.
No problem. It fluctuates. So about between 200 and 210, depending.
How big is student A?
6'4".
What's your best guess approximation of how much he weighs?
I will put him between 225, 230.
All right, continue on. Tell us what's going on, please. And
So-
let me ask this of Dan. I apologize. Is there a way of timestamp? Can we see a timestamp on the film so that we can assess how many seconds or just go by? Oh, that's okay. Yeah, at the bottom.
Yeah. You should
Sorry.
All right.
Perfect, thank you.
So, we're having this conversation where he's telling me he's gonna whip my ass, and I'm telling him that he needs to go to the office. A long conversation. So he comes out and he's walking toward the office. I didn't have any reason to believe at that point that he wouldn't go to the office. And he stops. He stopped. You see my right leg, I'm still in the walking motion, and he's turning toward me. So at this point, again, no matter what he was saying, had he continued in that direction of the office, I don't care what he's saying if he continues in the direction of the office. He stopped, he turns toward me. I walk toward him, and bam, he bumps into me right here. He bumps into me as I'm pointing to go to the office. You can see him step into me even more. And I'm telling him repeatedly, and you've heard everyone testify that what I continued and consistently said is go to the office. What he continued and consistently said was that he would whip my ass. We're having that conversation. So I'm gonna back up just a little bit and gonna show you really one of the main reasons why I did elbow him. I don't deny that. But before I play that, it's important that you know that based on what I was hearing, which is him telling me he's gonna whip my ass, based on that we had 2.5 hours already of him threatening to whoop security's ass, based on, I won't go into previous history or anything like that. It's just important that you know that I don't take these threats lightly. I take them very seriously. I think the youth of today, when they make you a threat, they will follow through on that threat. That's true from social media violence. So I take every threat very seriously. It's a sudden movement that he makes where he kind of leans in with his face, and all of the indicators that I was given in terms of the information that I was receiving made me believe that he was about to take a swing at me. And I just can't have someone of that size and me in the position that I'm in. I cannot get struck because many times it could be one punch and you're out. And so at that point, I feared that I was going to be struck, and I wanted to defend myself. I just let it play.
Now, when you hit him with your elbow, he doesn't go down, does he?
Not at all. So you may have heard some testimony that I am armed. That waistband that you see, or that tan colored thing or whatever, that's my concealed carry holster. It's designed to fit very tightly up against me so that I can dress like you, sir, and no one will know that I'm armed. People did not know. I concealed very well. But I have to be, it's critical that I'm ever mindful of that in everything that I do. And I will say this. There are times when I go to incidents to break up a fight or do something where I disarm myself because I know I'm going to be getting physical and tussling around. Again, I did not know that this student A was the person causing these problems. I might have, done things just a little differently in going because there have been instances where I've done that. But that's neither here nor there. At this point, I'm armed. The thing that people don't understand in watching this, because I'm on top of that, he was pulling my shirt down to him. And he was pulling very hard. So I'm trying to get his hands off of my shirt. And while I'm trying to do that, he's biting me. So he bit me very hard to the point where I'm bleeding everywhere, right? And so I'll say that.
Let's just call the attention of the board to the exhibit week number 24. The board has it.
It's in the extra packet that you
Yes,
submitted.
correct. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That a photo of your thumb?
Oh.
Does Mr. Saffold have that up there with him?
Not so, but perhaps not.
I think we put a packet up there.
Oh, I have it. I don't know where you're-
Yes.
Yeah.
Was there an extra?
There's.
Thank you so much. Exhibit 24, photo of your thumb that he bit.
Yes, no, it looked like a little dried up by then, probably still taking the pictures sooner, but that's it though, yeah, that's the picture of my thumb that he bit.
You went to Group Health Cooperative at 2:55 p.m. That's exhibit 23, showing you received treatment.
Yes, I went there, much earlier, but they told me because of the bite. And what that does for like exposure, I mean, I don't know the medical term, that there was a specialist that had to see me, so I had to come back actually a couple hours to make sure I saw that particular person, so that's why the time is kind of a little delayed.
And we are not going into any detail on this, but I just want to call the board's attention to exhibit 21. Is that the statement regarding knowledge of student A?
And we'll talk about that in deliberation.
Thank you. I just want the board to be aware that it's there. Thank you.
And
No
our contra, and our response there too.
I have that as well.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you. All right. Is there anything else you want to share with the board regarding the video specifically, Corey?
Yes, I think it's important, it kind of touches on the handcuffs, right, issue. So there's two reasons why I have handcuffs. If you notice, everyone said I sent someone back to my office to get them. I never carried them around. If I'm gonna carry a gun, I have to have handcuffs. If an active shooter enters our building and I engage them, if you want me, and of course you should, I want to stop them. I want to stop any threat that's coming in our school. If I use my weapon, I have to be prepared to restrain anyone that I use my weapon on. So if I stop that threat and they're still moving or not, I have to be able to restrain them. That's why I have the handcuffs in my office. Furthermore, more important to this incident, as odd as it may sound, the handcuffs were one of the safest things that we could apply in this situation, because the handcuffs stopped fighting. There would have been no other way that student A would have stopped fighting absent the handcuff or absent the police arrival. If you notice in the video, and I'll play it, just before the end, he also shoulder checks me, moves me back away. And the whole time we're doing all this, he's still saying, I'm gonna whoop your ass. When the police get there, he said, I'm gonna fuck him up, G. I'm gonna whoop dude ass, G. He said this for the entire time while we're on the ground, up until he gets into the back of the police car that he's kicking the police car. He's still telling the police, I'm gonna kill him. So I had absolutely no reason to believe that he would stop fighting. The handcuffs saved me. The handcuffs saved us. As shocking, oh, he got handcuffs in his office. I need handcuffs in my office. When I deal with students like that are resistant and fighting like this at this level, if I introduce more weight on holding him down, that introduces a whole nother set of issues. If I have to get 5 team members to hold him down until the police get there, that means that we have a whole nother set of issues, because now we're leaning on him. Now we're resting on his back, and now we're introducing asphyxiation. Now there's a whole host of other problems. Handcuffs help. Sounds harsh, I get it, but they help. And the handcuffs is what put it into it. And I'll give you an example, as you watch the video, we're still tussling, we're still trying to bite. I'm instructing my security team at this point, roll him over on his stomach, get him on his stomach. Because my training, getting him on his stomach means, I can get his hand behind his back. You see him trying to get him on his stomach, you know, finally, really he rolled over on his stomach. And I instruct someone from my team to, can grab a pair of handcuffs out of my office. And he's going to do that. And at this point, he's consistent with his threats, and we're just waiting for the handcuffs. The security team, they're doing their job. They're doing an excellent job of isolating the hallway, closing the doors so that other students won't get exposure to what's happening. Yeah. I fully believe that had I got him up, or anything like that before the handcuffs arrived, he would have kept fighting. I mean, and not only do I believe that, he was saying that, he was telling me that. So.
All right, anything else on the video that you want to share with the board?
I do, there's a last, like, unless they already saw it, like a shoulder, he kind of shoulder checked me with his shoulder.
Okay.
I just only wanted to show that to prove that he would have continued to fight if I did not fight handcuffs. I mean, you can take my word for it, you can watch, I don't know. But, you know, whatever you want to do.
Well, near the end, we'll let it run.
Okay. So this is me, you know, safely applying the handcuffs. You'll notice after I apply it, we don't just try to yank him up. I'm giving him instructions like lift your knees up. Okay, put your knees, in this position, trying to, assist him, like roll your knee over and then, get up on your knees first. And then stand up. When he stands up, we maintain control of him because he is restrained now, so we have to maintain control of him. As we walk in, boom, right there with his shoulder. He was not gonna stop fighting if I didn't use those hands. That's all I want to point out.
Thank you. Thank you. Right, those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, before we turn it over to Ms. Lubinsky, I've gotten a request for a bathroom break.
It's fine.
Okay, I want to to acknowledge the time here. Do
I
not,
have probably 10 minutes.
okay,
That said, I could use a restroom.
let's take a 10-minute bathroom break.
I don't have much.
And then, thank you. And then, Mr. Kasheta, do you have any more witnesses? One more? Okay.
It's funny how they get shorter as the elegance.
Well, I can tell you, I appreciate that.
I just said. Maybe their next name. Yeah. But those.
I have it unmuted. Okay. Thank you. Ms. Levinsky?
I'd like to give 30 seconds for the crowd, because I. Okay, Mr. Saffold, how, I know this is really awkward. You and I have worked together.
Yeah, bring it up.
We have a good relationship.
Absolutely.
All right, very good. I actually have narrowed down my questions.
Okay.
I anticipated 10 minutes, but in the interest of time, I actually only have a few. All right. Do you remember when we did your investigatory interview?
Yes.
And one of the things that I believe you said was, at least at some point, maybe a few points in that interview, that the step you took into the student was, I think the words you used were my bad, or in not so many terms that you shouldn't have done that, or maybe you shouldn't have done that. Do you acknowledge tonight that that step that you made, that we see on the video into the student, was not the best choice?
Yeah, I do. I always go back and watch and look and study and ask myself what I could have done differently and what I could have not done. And I even said that in our interview. I mentioned, like, you know, it's easy to kind of, you know, be on the back end in hindsight and looking at it, but I always maintain a posture of learning.
Okay,
So, yeah.
so to be clear, you are telling this board that you should not have stepped in toward the student, correct?
Yes, to be clear,
Okay.
that's correct. It's clear.
But in all other respects, what we saw and through your testimony here, you do not believe you engaged in any other wrongdoing. Is that a fair summary?
I believe that I was faced with a very difficult situation.
No doubt.
And I think I had to make a difficult decision quickly. And I feared that I was going to be struck.
So let me go back to my question. I hear you loud and clear.
Sure.
Let me maybe ask it in a different way. Other than taking that step in toward the student, which you've now acknowledged to the board, as you sit here today, you wouldn't have done anything differently, correct?
That's a tough one.
Okay.
That's a tough one.
What
Because,
would you have done differently, knowing what you know now?
I mean, knowing what I know now, wow. Well, I don't like to do, like, in hindsight or anything like that. What I like to do is remember the information that I had at that time, which at that time, he was in a hallway for more than 2 hours, threatening people, threatening physical harm, saying that he would whoop all the security's ass. That's the information that I had prior to contact. The information that I had was him telling me he was gonna whoop my ass. The information that I had was that while I did take a step toward him, there was still space between us. He closed that distance and bumped into me with the information that I had. And the key information that I had was that when he leaned forward, I believed that he was gonna to swing at me. So I have to, like, stick to that decision based on that information that I had at that time, because it had to be fast, it had to be quick, and it's a judgment call.
Okay.
All this is a judgment call.
I understand all that, and you've relived your testimony. My question was different. If you were, and let me try it a different way, you're in that same position with that same student, with all of those same facts that you just outlined, and you're in that position to make a judgment call tomorrow with a student who does virtually the same thing, you take the same actions, don't you?
Given the same information, I believe I do.
Okay, and you were in the hearing room when Dr. Clardy testified that one of the primary concerns that he has is student safety, and you would agree that that is a paramount concern of the district, right?
Paramount concern of mine, absolutely.
No doubt, no doubt. And so as you sit here today, you cannot give Dr. Clardy the assurance he needs that if you were confronted with the exact same scenario, that you would not have struck this student, correct?
Well, here's the problem.
It's a yes or no.
It's not a yes or no for me.
Okay, so you can't answer that yes or no.
Well, the problem is the amount of risk that I take at the different points.
I understand that. I'm just looking for a yes or no. And I think the board's entitled.
I would like to hear his answer.
Okay,
Like,
Okay, hold on. Okay, so,
that's for crossing.
so here's the
They
thing.
can give them instruction.
For purposes of streamlining this. That is a question that the board would ask. It is before Mr. Saffold at the moment. Mr. Saffold, finish your answer and then Ms. Levinsky will continue with her cross.
well, what I was gonna say, and I think it gets to, at least for me, the heart of all of this. I take all the risks. The district takes none. They get to wave the banner of, we don't have police in the school. We don't have police in the school. Look how great we're doing. We're avoiding the school to prison pipeline. Meanwhile, Corey Saffold, Cortez Rose, that Quinn Cannon, Pernell Hughes, Jeffrey Mitchell, Diamond Howard, Austin, Allen, all take the risks. Okay, it was not Dr. Clarity, it was not Chad Weezy that physically put themselves as a barrier between an angry family trying to come into the school to fight a group of students mere feet behind.
Wait, I'm gonna object. This is
All right.
incident
Okay.
wholly unrelated.
That is,
That we
Okay.
Absolutely
cannot,
true.
and I would ask you to direct the board not to consider that because we could provide a whole.
Yeah,
okay. This is I know it's getting late. Everybody's getting a little antsy here. Okay, we're gonna focus continued on the specific question that was before him. That he has now answered and gone a little bit further. Ms. Levinsky, do you have any further cross-examination?
I do. So I just want to be super clear. Are you able to affirm unequivocally to Dr. Clardy that if you were confronted with the exact same circumstance, exact same scenario, same facts, maybe a different child, but same, all of the same circumstances, are you able to confirm for him that you will not strike a student in that same circumstance in the same manner you did here?
no,
Okay,
but
that's the answer.
can I get a butt up in there?
So your
That's-
counsel can ask for the bus.
Sure, all right, go ahead.
All right, I only have a few more questions. During the interview, the investigatory interview that we did, you referenced that these are my words, not yours, but you reacted in a manner consistent with your police training. Do you remember that coming up in your interview?
Yes,
All right, and I believe you told us in that interview that, that's training, that is not gonna, it took you 10 years to get that, it's gonna take you 10 years to unlearn that. Do you remember that generally coming up?
yes,
Okay. And you've participated in nonviolent crisis training with the district, correct?
I have.
All right. And ultimately, you would agree that regardless of the security risk, you clearly, you put yourself in terms of being involved with these students. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But you would agree that you're not above the law, right?
Absolutely,
And you would agree you're not above board policy, right?
absolutely,
And you've got to comply with this employee handbook, correct?
yes,
And you got to comply with your training, right?
yes,
All right. And so, for example, if state statute were to prohibit any district employee from using a mechanical restraint to restrain a student, that would be something you would have to abide by, right?
not in all situations.
Okay, so you believe, I just want to get this correct, you believe that in some situations, a school employee can use handcuffs on a student, is that correct?
Well, I think that's a great question. I think that's a great question. I mean, here's the problem and the uniqueness to my position. Because there are going, for example, if there's an active shooting, are you saying if I have to engage someone in an active shooting and I stop them by using my weapon, I can't handcuff them?
I'm telling you that state statute prohibits any.
Okay, we're not gonna debate this. There's a
Let me ask-
question that was
Let me ask a
posed
question.
and that was answered, and now we need to move on to another question.
Understood.
And then-
So I just want to make clear, your position is that there will be circumstances where you will use handcuffs on students. Do I have that right?
Circumstances are they different. In extreme circumstances where I feel the
Yeah.
need to use handcuffs, I will do that. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let me just quick look at my notes. I may only have a few more. I've got to jump to a different document. So just bear with me for 1 second. Okay. At no point in any non-violent crisis training were you trained that an elbow strike is an appropriate restraint on a student, correct?
Elbow strike is not a restraint.
Okay, let me rephrase my question. That's a great point. At no time were you're trained in the non-violent crisis training you received that an elbow strike was an appropriate hold on a student, correct?
Not a hold either.
All right, so it's neither. So it's neither a restraint or a hold. Is that correct?
Elbow strike is neither, right?
Okay, all right, very good. And part of the nonviolent crisis training teaches you the techniques that you should employ when you are in situations where a student is escalated, correct?
Part of the limited MVCI training does that, yes.
Okay, and part of that training involves the analysis of when you need to intervene physically with a student, right?
Part of that training does, yes.
All right, and when you intervene physically with a student, you are trained on how to do it, right?
Yes.
All right, and an elbow strike is not something that's part of the training, correct?
Not that I require, not for MVCI.
All right,
It's a limited training.
okay, those are all the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Saffold.
Sure. Mr. Kasheta, any?
Thank you.
Direct.
Corey, what did you want to say in response to that question regarding assurances concerning future conduct?
Yeah. First, let me just point out, none of my counterparts in my position, so Madison Metropolitan School District, a good friend of mine, he does not interact with students. He stays at the high level. Middleton, another good friend of mine, does not interact with students. Only in the Verona area school district is there an expectation for their director of crisis management, safety, and security to intervene at a student level at all of these high risk, potentially career-ending, life-ending situations. And what I'm saying is that the district gets the benefit of waving the flag of preventing the school to prison pipeline because they don't have officers in the school, because I afford them that. But I take all the risks, and you can immediately say, with me, for protecting your students, and you asked me to protect. I am the only one, and you've heard Chad say it, that has to make split-second decisions. Am I perfect? Not at all. Are there times when I look back at situations and be like, oh man, I probably should have done that differently? Absolutely. Is it worthy of termination? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I've held fast for the longest. Admin leave pending criminal investigation should have been the response to this situation. At no point should it have been, in my opinion, escalated to the level of termination. I do think my history has to weigh in. I do think the things that they mentioned have to weigh in. And I do think the understanding that, like Chad said, I do deal with critical incident after critical incident after critical incident after critical incident has to play a part. I can go on and on. I don't want to, name their point.
That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, questions?
I do.
Okay.
Corey, you mentioned that you were recruited to come to Verona. To the best of your knowledge, would you have been recruited to come if it wasn't for your police?
This needs to touch there.
Okay, okay. Sorry,
Okay,
go ahead.
I think I finished.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Okay, yes.
Is there any policy that you are aware of that states a time that is a maximum amount that we allow students to roam the halls when escalated in this building?
Is there a policy that states a time when we allow them to do that? No. You know, the interesting thing about this situation is that he was in the hallway for a significant amount of time, and it was not like he was allowed to be there. The security team, they were doing their best, right? They were contacting him, "I'll whoop your ass." Of course, nobody's gonna want to keep contacting the students.
Mr. Saffold, I'm just gonna stop you for a second.
My bad, okay.
Yeah, she asked you one question and then you went on, but in the interest of time.
I think that did answer
Okay.
my question. I have a question that I would love to ask and then pause to have our lawyer please just confirm that I'm able to ask.
Do you have it written down?
I don't have it written
Okay.
down. I didn't have enough time.
Okay,
My question is, if the board decides to continue your employment here, due to your last statement that your position is such a creative one, in terms of your student involvement, are you open to working with administration to put more guidelines around your position to better define options that would not put the district at risk, such as handcuff usage
And so,
and things like that?
sure.
so hold on one second. That is a fine question to ask. I'm going to just limit it as just answer the question that is posed without going too far into the detail.
Okay, you have to ask the question to be in there.
So due to the unique nature of how your position and your expectations here are unlike any of your peers in similar districts,
Mhm.
are you open to working with administration to redefining your role with better boundaries in areas such as handcuff usage that would help limit the district's liabilities and help create policies that give better guidelines?
Yes, I think the boundary, I'm not gonna talk long. I think the boundary is changing my position to be that similar to my counterparts in other school districts. I don't have to have this direct, consistent interaction with students to effectively do my job. I don't. I have a security team and there can be consistent training for them. And if situations arise where handcuffs have to be used, we call the police.
Any other questions, board members?
I have one just real quick clarification. I think I heard you say, talking about the threats the student was making, that you believed him.
Yes.
You believe, what I didn't get was that specific to him, or were you saying you kind of generally believe all threats when they're made, or was there something more specific about these threats?
It was very specific to him.
And what was it specifically
So-
about those threats that makes you, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. You can answer the question about what was it about the threat or like what he was saying. But I will just remind you that we do have statements from Mr. Saffold and from the administration about something specific about this particular student that might elaborate. on it.
Sure. So part of that is in that statement. Part of it was the tone in the security's voice when they called me, the length of time that this had been going on. And the aggressiveness in which he was telling me this, it was believable. It was, I mean, yeah, the way he said it was very believable.
Anything else, board members? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Saffold. Anything else, Mr. Kasheta?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We now have all of the evidence that has been presented. We're going
One more
to,
witness, he's ready on.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I thought you meant when you said you were done, that you were completely done.
Oh,
Okay.
I beg your pardon, yeah. I called him, I see he's on Zoom, so he's ready to go.
Okay, how are we doing? Is he going up there?
I don't know.
Don't know, but I can show you what's on the computer. And I'll-
Screen this on this.
Is this Mr. Walsh?
Yes, it is. Can you hear me?
It's Mr.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Are you able to hear me?
Mr. Walsh, can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I don't know if we can hear us. Is it me or is he frozen?
He looks.
Can you hear me?
Oh. We can hear you, Mr. Walsh.
You can hear me?
You are frozen on the screen though.
So one more time. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Can you hear
All right.
us?
Yes, we're good.
Okay,
Okay, we'll have to make sure the room stays very, very quiet, please.
okay, so Mr. Walsh. We're not gonna be able to see that you've raised your right hand, but Mr. Walsh, can you raise your right hand, please?
Yes.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
Are you able to see it?
We cannot hear you or see you consistently. Can you hear us right now?
Yes, I can.
Mr. Walsh, can you try turning off your video to save bandwidth? To see if we have less of an audio delay, please turn off your video.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Mr. Walsh, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you to raise your right hand.
It's raised.
Do you sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, and this you do under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Oh, no.
Yes, I do.
Oh. Mr. Walsh, can you hear?
Yes, I can.
An expert who's done analysis of the use of force in this situation.
Oh, yeah, I don't know how he's going to testify by.
Hello? Hello?
Hang on one second while we figure out. We can hear your audio.
So is it like bad Zoom connection or something? I've never had a problem. I teach on Zoom all the time. What is this? Okay. No problem. Yes, can you hear me? How am I coming through? Really? I got you.
Al goes over here if he wants.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Mr. Kasheta?
Thank you so much. We're going to keep this really short, Mr. Walsh. Tell us your name, please,
My name is William Walsh.
and give us your educational background, if you will, sir.
So my educational background, I have a master's degree in administrative leadership with a concentration on adult teen education. That's from the University of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I have a bachelor's of arts degree in criminal justice. That's from the University of Marion, Fond du Lac. And I also have an associate's degree in biblical studies from Midwest Bible College.
Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Arizona. I actually on to visit my grandson, like to see, not enough. So that's why I'm in Arizona. Otherwise, I would be very close.
Thank you. Tell us about your work history, if you will, please.
Gotta cut off. History of what?
Your work history.
Okay, so my work history I have 27 years of law enforcement experience. I was retired out of City of Milwaukee. I also prior to that was in the Marine Corps infantry. And now I am currently working as a full-time faculty member with Blackout Technical College teaching criminal justice studies. And with that background, I have, and I'll try to keep this as short as possible, but I do have training in crisis management, crisis prevention, criminal law. I have certifications and all these things. I have community policing strategy certification. And I also teach it at the college. I teach criminal procedures. I teach policing in a diverse society. I teach juvenile law. I have training and prior certification with Law Enforcement Standard Board for defense and arrest tactics, use of force, risk management, preparation, and dealing with internal reviews. Part of my career with the Milwaukee Police Department is I worked 4.5 years in internal affairs. I've investigated numerous incidents involving use of forces. I've actually arrested several officers during that time period as well. I have, at one point in my career, for well over almost 3 years, I looked at and reviewed every use of force that the department officers were involved in. I also have training in the schools in Milwaukee as an instructor. When I was on the tactical enforcement unit SWAT, I was the training coordinator for all tactics. And one of the things under that training involved defense and arrest tactics, active shooter, and scenario-based training as it relates to making training as close to reality and respect to close to reality as possible, right? Other things, and I'm trying to just hit the high points that be apropos to the conversation we have going as it relates to Mr. Saffold. So I think those are decent highlights. There's other training and highlights that I've done. I've trained with I've been responsible for training of UWM security officers before they became police officers, and actually have transitioned them into police officers. Same with Marquette University. Prior to them becoming law enforcement, they were security officers on campus. I trained those security officers and then moving them into actual sworn law enforcement officer when that came about.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, thank you for that. Let me just ask you, tell the board, please, what I have asked you to do in this case, why you're here.
So I'm here to provide a critical review, bring understanding and context to the use of force by Mr. Saffold as it relates to the justification of that use of force and the reasonableness of the use of force that was used involving student A.
All right. If you give us an opinion, I would ask that you only give us that opinion if you hold it to a reasonable degree of certainty. Okay, I don't want you guessing. Just give us opinions you hold to a reasonable degree.
Yes, sir. Not a problem.
what opinions did you formulate in this case? And you may as well at the same time, for expediency purposes, tell us what reasons you have for the opinions regarding whether Corey Saffold's use of force on May 18, 2023 was reasonable.
So I reviewed the video well over 25 times now. And even to the point of breaking it down and saying, I know you all have looked at the video, but once again, it's looking at it from a critical standpoint of it being justified or not justified. So to give you the complete final answer, was it justified? Yes. Was it reasonable? Yes. Is there some concerns I have as it relates to who touched who first and who initiated contact first? That's all easily seen in the video as far as my perspective and my perspective from the video. And if you, and we can break it down into just a second, but if you just go to, and sorry, I can't see the way I put my glasses on, my eyes ain't they used to be. But at the, and I'll make this as painless as possible, but this is important. And I want, and I didn't say this. This is, I wish you could see me, and I wish I could be there. I understand the critical nature of the decision-making that this board has to make concerning Mr. Saffold. I understand that, and I understand the difficulties of making that decision and making it the right decision. I also understand that the head person of this district, Dr. Clarity, well, I've never met any of you guys, but I understand the position and the responsibility and the concern of making correct decisions come to play, come to bear, and having as much information as you can to provide the final outcome, deciding on someone's livelihood, in this case, Mr. Saffold. So I want to give you as much information without regurgitating, reiterating the video, but I'm going to get into it real quick. But I wanted to say that because I understand the reasonableness, the nature of what you all have to do with the difficulties, and also the community wants the right outcome. I've said on many critical incidents, and it's always, man, do we get enough information to the right decision makers? And that's my goal here. It's not to injure or insult anyone. It might sound like that coming up here shortly, but that's not my goal. So that being said, if you go to in the video clip, 0.42 to 0.46.
42 seconds to 46 seconds for the reference of the board.
Yes.
Okay, well, we're not going to do that just because of the interests of time, but you can certainly tell us the timestamps that you're using. And if the board in closed session chooses to look at it, they will at least have these specific references. We'll do that, okay?
That's fine.
Okay, please continue to include them, but you don't have to wait for us to try to find it. If it were 6 p.m., we'd be finding it, but we're at midnight here.
Well, and here's the problem. I'm on Elvin's team. I just want the right information to get to the right leaders, the right people as possible. When it comes to making the statement that someone stepped into someone's space, that's looking at it from a perspective of subjectiveness. But what really is what objectively happened in that video. They're walking down the hallway with Mr. Saffold in proximity to student A who's walking in front of him. At which point student A comes to a sudden stop and faces Mr. Saffold, at which point Mr. Saffold, next step is to stop, bring his foot towards student A, and which down there at a face-to-face. So they're already in close proximity. And then we go into the point about who touched who first. So now we get into granular details of it, and I'm going to move fast, but I want the board to understand this is serious business. And this is what you're going to get from me, which is the seriousness of it. And I understand it. So they're face to face, at which point, and this go on to the next one, at 0.47 to 4.9, student A steps towards Mr. Saffold. The actual step that is actually in, when you break it down into who stepped to who space and who touched who first, student A steps into Mr. Saffold's body, makes contact with his body. And then he does an assaultive flinch at that proximity. And then here's the difference too. You talk about assault and battery. Well, you don't have to have a battery to have something against an assault, right? It's still a crime. You can't threaten physical harm to someone just because you're a student, right? You can't threaten physical harm and say that's not a crime. That student committed a crime by making the threats, by stepping into Mr. Saffold. You can clearly see he's the one that steps into Mr. Saffold's body. And he does a which would be an attack like jerk towards Mr. Saffold, who responds with a reaction elbow. Okay, now we get into how does that look? Well, I've never seen a punch. I've never been punched that looked good, right? So but is it justified? Is there a reason to create distance? Is there a reason to get this immediate harm from this person? And then you look at size, subject matter factors, right? This is not a small frame person. This is a person that has girth, that has size, that can increase their strength of a punch exponentially over someone who's half that weight. So that becomes part of the subject matter decision making of the person that believes they're about to be assaulted, which is a crime already in progress, right? So that becomes a concern. And when you talk about these scoopers, and then you also have which I identified as the white male with the tie shirt and tie. I believe that's Murphy, is that right?
Yes.
So you have him that actually makes contact, and I get the scrutiny of 20/20 vision, and we all want to like say, okay, this is what I was doing. But the action of Mr. Murphy is determined action of putting his hands on the student's arm and forcing the student out of Mr. Saffold's body, near this, or however you guys want to call it, right? Fine. But it shows that Mr. Murphy, I'm glad he was brave enough to do this. I'm glad that Mr. Saffold was brave enough to deal with an assaulting situation. But Mr. Murphy doesn't ever present in his body and his actions that Corey is the one who's being assaulted, right? The danger, the fight or flight, the parasympathetic responses to danger is your actions. And Mr. Murphy's action is to stop the student from being the assaulter or the batterer if there's injury occurring, right? But then you go into, well, is it a trained technique? Is it not? I looked at your policy and I want to talk about that in a second. I'm moving through this, but I don't want to move so fast that I lose context of why I'm here, right? When they move to the law, this is important to note, because this can come up, and I've been sitting here watching because it allows me, I guess, to move a little more streamlined. If you look at, I'm just looking at my notes real quick. There's a point where when they're just at the wall, you see student A right fist come up in the air and strike down at Mr. Saffold's head. And let's go back to that stuff. Student A is actually carrying something in his hand. It turned out to be from testimony against an iPad. When he strikes Mr. Saffold, he's using that as a weapon. So no longer is the student unarmed, he's armed with it. I know that you don't want to get that, but that's the reality of it. He uses that iPad in such a way that could cause even more damage than just a normal punch, or maybe even elbow strike to Mr. Saffold, right? So if you look at
Oh, no. Are you there, William?
yeah, I'm trying to.
Oh, no worries.
I'm not gonna go to the video. I just want to get to the point where the board actually stopped the video and sees a hand fist raised in the air out of the crowd. It comes down towards Mr. Saffold's head. Also, and I believe that's between. There it is. So if you look at 0.056 and 0.057, you see that A raises his right arm and fist as if to strike, in a striking motion towards Mr. Saffold's head as they're on the wall, which is actually a controlled place to try to control someone. So we'll get into the control. Is it okay to control someone on the ground? Yes, you have. In this video, I observed up to 5 adult people at various times, no less than 3 at a time, attempting to control this assaulted, and then we get into the battery application of what the student is doing to Mr. Saffold and other staff trying to control them. That's a lot of energy by people that's trying not to harm a student beyond the use of the force that's necessary, right? So we get into the reasonableness of it. Did they use reasonable force to try to control them on the wall? Absolutely. Did they use reasonable force when they try to get on the ground? Absolutely. At some point, you also see the student is so focused on harming, he blocks his legs around Mr. Saffold's legs, which prevents him from escaping out of the situation. So that becomes a situation of the struggle. So then I can go on to even up to the end where the student shoulder used the shoulder to check Mr. Saffold. That's pretty minor, but it still shows the mindset of the student throughout this entire event from 0.19 of the video, 0.49 of the video, when it starts to end, even at the point 4.11 mark of the video. So that's what I want to say about the video.
Thank you. Did I ask you also to focus on policies and procedures and statutes as part of your analysis of the case?
Well, that becomes the next thing. So if you look at what I have in my hand right now is the Verona Area School District. That's Tuesday, June 1st, 2023. Is Corey Saffold, Director of Price Management, grateful warning unpaid suspension. All right, is everyone aware of what I'm holding in my hand?
Yes.
I believe so.
Okay. So to the chase that I hate. Oh God, I hate to do this, but we're gonna make this work as best I can. I want Dr. Clarity. I want the board to have as much information as they can. So it talks about NBCI training you receive. That's like the second paragraph. Use physical force violates NBC training you received on May 1st. And then I'm just gonna read that last little part. In addition to physical contact with the student or body language. Let's talk about body language. So now we're not being culturally responsive, right? So I teach a course that talks about policing and diverse society. It's not just policing, it's interacting in a diverse society from people of authority. So when you think of criminal justice, don't think of just police officers, think of every person that has to be involved with authority to deal with families, children, and issues, right? So cultures, society, the diversity of it says that there are unique things within those cultures, unique attributes within those cultures. For example, you go into an Asian person's house and you confront them about a situation, whatever. They might not look you eye to eye. They will probably look towards the ground. I'm talking traditional. I'm not talking about whitewash. I'm just saying traditional. Well, what is considered to be, well, that would be traditional response, and that's not, maybe not today, but I'm going with it. That's what it is. So the traditional person, Americans, we think that they might be lying to us because we're used to look at people in the eye, right? Like, no, you're not looking in the eye. So we had to learn that.
Streamline his testimony a little bit.
You want to a Mohammedan or an Islamic person house, you might have to.
Let me, pardon my interruption, Mr. Walsh.
I'm sorry.
I apologize for cutting you off, but it sounds like you're saying that you have to take into account the specifics of the cultural circumstance in which you find yourself.
Well, you should better. You make a mistake. People make so many mistakes, but by aligning people as all the same. No, cultures have different cultures, religions, rituals, the way they interact, the way they dress, the way they comport themselves. This
is going beyond.
They're gonna have some jubilation going on. They're gonna be a little louder than the normal members, right?
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Let me, if I may, please direct you back to the issue of application of statutes, policy, and the procedures involved. Okay.
Okay, so let's get into that then. So if you look at let's go with policy handbook for violence and bullying in the workplace. So if you look at statute number 118, this is Wisconsin State Statute 118.46 sub 1 sub 8. everyone have that subsection?
118.146.
118.46 of 1 sub 8.
118.
We don't have that.
No, we do not.
We do not have, so, Mr. Walsh, hold on, we do not have that statute. That statute has not been cited.
Well, it's cited.
Wait, hold on. Mr. Walsh, I'm talking to the attorney right now, not to you. Mr. Kasheta, what are you looking to do?
To talk about his perspective on physical restraint.
If we could do that, that would be great. The board will make its decision about whether the policies have been violated.
So we have a problem. So
Talk about your training regarding restraint, please.
How do this policy is directly taken almost verbatim from state statute. And I'm just making a point that it's a state statute that's turned into a policy that says he violated it. And I'm going to show that it wasn't violated by state statute.
Okay, go ahead, proceed.
Okay, wait, I'm gonna object at this point. I want to raise an objection. It is never appropriate to have an expert give an ultimate opinion with regard to the application of facts to law. I believe that's what's happening. And in fairness, I'm not entirely sure what the question is that's being posed. So I'm a little,
Yeah, okay, and I'm going to agree with Ms. Lubinsky with regard to kind of where this is going. We heard a lot of good information about Mr. Walsh's background already, his opinion with regard to Mr. Saffold's use of force. That has already been established. The board is the entity that makes this decision as to whether or not Mr. Saffold violated policy, whether or not that policy is rooted in state statute, and they will determine whether, under the circumstances, termination is justified. We've heard from Mr. Saffold or from Mr. Walsh about the use of force. Is there anything else that you want to have him testify about at this late time?
I appreciate that.
Mr. Walsh, you have to wait until there's a question before you. Mr. Kasheta is the attorney in this case.
Mr. Walsh, just in general terms, tell us what you use policies, procedures, and statutes for in your analysis that resulted in your opinion that use of force was reasonable here.
Okay, so I use state statute 1.305, use of force. I'm sorry, use of seclusion and physical restraint. In the actual statute, it talks about it makes clear that you can use physical restraint as a means to control a combative person. And even to the point it says combative.
Okay.
Tell us, if you will, final area of questioning, sir. Tell us, if you will, how your analysis focused on the use of the handcuffs that the board has seen on the video.
Well, the use of the handcuff was used properly in alignment with controlling someone's ability not to strike back, controlling someone's ability not to continue to batter or show combative use with their arms. Even to the point of sitting the student up in a seated position to rise is actually a proper way to do it. So it's not to wrench and injure the shoulder of a student that is handcuffed.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Those are all the questions I have.
Ms. Lubinsky, any questions?
I will try to be brief. Number one, Mr. Walsh, are you familiar with the very statute that you cited? And in particular, paragraph 3F, that prohibits any covered individual's use of a mechanical restraint?
Okay, so yes, I'm familiar with that.
Are you aware of the fact that handcuffs are a mechanical restraint?
So when that statute talks about The covered individual does not use mechanical or chemical restraint on a pupil. None of the following constitutes the use of mechanical restraint. It goes on to say that the use of the supportive equipment to properly align a pupil's body, assist the pupil to maintain balance, or assist the pupil to mobility under the direction of the oversight of the appropriate staff member. The use. So it's not just saying that you can't use restraint, mechanical restraint. Okay, what about, how do you?
Could I get an answer to
Okay,
my
wait,
question?
Mr. Walsh, Mr. Walsh, Mr. Walsh, we can't have you asking the attorney questions. This is a situation where the attorney is asking you a question and it's your responsibility to answer those questions. So am I to understand that your conclusion is that 118.305 sub 3 sub F permits the use of mechanical restraints or handcuffs in certain situations?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm not gonna belabor that point because I think that's a legal conclusion anyway. I just have a few more questions, Mr. Walsh, and then due to time constraints, I'm gonna be done. It sounds like your history, your work history, that is, does not involve work in a secondary public school. Is that correct?
That is not correct.
Okay, if I missed it, I apologize, sir. What secondary, non-collegiate public school district have you worked for?
I didn't work for, I trained
Okay.
multiple schools within the Milwaukee Public School District.
So my question, maybe I should rephrase, sir, to be transparent. Were you ever employed by a secondary public school?
No.
All right. And do you have any, well, strike that. The policies and handbook provisions that you reviewed, are those contained in, I believe you said you had in front of you the June 1, 2023 letter, which for the board's edification, I believe is Exhibit 4.
That's correct.
Okay, so you reviewed what was in Exhibit 4, and then it sounds like you reviewed state statutes, correct?
Well, I don't know what it was Exhibit 4, but that's what I had.
That's
Exhibit 4. Yes, that is correct.
I'll represent you, sir. Exhibit 4 is the June 1, 2023 memo that you read from earlier.
That is correct.
Okay, very good. And you, it sounds like from your opinions, your bottom line opinion was that Mr. Saffold's use of force was reasonable under the circumstances. Do I have that correct?
Yes, reasonable and justified.
And you were not provided with any of the specific training materials that Mr. Saffold was presented during his employment in the district, correct?
That is correct.
All right, so you didn't evaluate Mr. Saffold's actions as it relates to the specific training he received, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And you were not evaluating whether Mr. Saffold used the least restrictive manner of physical force with the student, correct?
That is not correct.
Okay, so your opinion is that the elbow strike was the least restrictive force that he could have used under the facts and circumstances he was presented. Is that your testimony?
Well, I disagree with the term least restrictive. It was an acceptable use of force.
And but I understand and you testified to that.
Okay.
That wasn't my
Please,
question.
Please, okay. Anything further, Ms. Levinsky?
I'd like an answer to my question. The last question that I have.
Mr. Walsh, did you hear the question about the least restrictive intervention?
And the question was, do I believe that Mr. Saffold used the least restrictive
Correct.
option? Is that correct? I disagree with it being the least restrictive option. There was no restrictions in the use of the elbow to create distance.
I think you've answered my question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Kasheta, anything further?
No, thank you.
Board members, anything for Mr. Walsh? Thank you, Mr. Walsh, for your time. We appreciate you being here.
Sure.
Thank you for your flexibility. Sorry, the Zoom didn't work.
Okay, now we are done with evidence. Am I right?
Correct.
Mr. Pachetta, Ms. Levinsky? Okay, you have the opportunity to make a brief closing statement, and I will stress brief.
Might I confer with Attorney Kashada?
Sure.
We've jointly waive our closing arguments.
Fantastic. Okay, with that, I'm going to encourage the board to take action to move into closed session for purposes of deliberations. And for purposes of the public, the board will come out of closed session into open session sometime soon. And the hope is that they will have a decision at that point. If not, they will come out of closed session and indicate that we will schedule another meeting when they will deliberate further. Thank you for your patience.
So with that, I move to adjourn to closed session under Wisconsin statute 19.85, sub 1 to the A and G to deliberate concerning a case which is the subject of any judicial or quasi judicial trial or hearing before the governmental body, and to confer with legal counsel for the board who is rendering oral or written advice to the board concerning
Please be
strategy
quiet.
to be adopted by the body with respect to litigation which is likely to become involved. Is there a motion?
So
There's a motion from Jen. Is there a second? All in favor? There's a second from John. All in favor signify with aye. Aye. We are officially in closed session. Thank you to Attorney Lewis for helping us. Thank you to council and parties, and thank you to Second from Corby, all in favor, signify with aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are officially back into open session. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We appreciate it. With that, we'll turn it over to Attorney Lewis.
I will start. First of all, thank you for bearing with this process. It is an important process and the board is very pleased with how it went to a great extent. After deliberating for a short time, it became very clear that there will be no motion to terminate Mr. Saffold's employment, and there will be no second. As a result, the board is not going to take action this evening or at all with regard to this matter to terminate Mr. Saffold. That's not the end of it. But it does mean that Mr. Saffold is going to continue to be employed in the Verona Area School District under the contracts that exist. The first one through June 30th of 2023, and the next one starting on July 1st. But the board does have some information that it would like to share with you.
And John Porco is going to speak on behalf of the board.
Yes, so we do not condone the actions taken by Mr. Saffold, as they did not live up to our standards of our policies. Dr. Clarity and his administration did the right thing in bringing this termination to us, as we would expect him to do for all of our children. Based upon Corey's history and exemplary service to the district, we expect that he will work cooperatively with the administration to redefine the role to better serve the Director of Security and Crisis Management, the Director, its employees, and its students going forward.
So thank you, everybody. We appreciate your time. We appreciate your long night. And with that, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion from Joe. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Corby. All in favor, signify with aye. 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 We are officially adjourned at 1.